the world through rose-colored glasses. Try the new and delicious True Shake Strawberry.
RallyX is presented by Nova Motorsport, First Corner, True Shake, and Proven.
Hello from Nysum, Barnum. We're in northern Denmark for one of the final weekends of RallyX. Here we go, look. Junior Cross Car is out on track already. There's another heat lined up behind us here. We're ready for a decent weekend racing. My name's Andrew Coley. How, Rich?
Hello, mate.
Lovely to see you, mate. I missed the last one up in Sweden, and everything's got a bit close, and we've got 4 races to go in the next 8 days, which is pretty bonkers, but it's the end of another brilliant season.
A wild crescendo, isn't it, to be in Nysum and then the legendary Estering just next weekend. It's barely worth going home, is it? But,
No.
but yeah,
will.
and like you say, Al's been really through the cat amongst the pigeons. That most of the championships have got super close on the back of some really mixed up results, and the weather on the second day, torrential rain, the kind of rain we haven't seen for a while in RallyX was really a factor, and I think the weather could play a part this weekend, couldn't
Yes.
it? It's I've got a jacket on. It's not.
I've got summer spec.
It's not particularly warm, and there's dark skies. There is rain predicted.
It was looking worse, wasn't it? It was looking like it was going to rain all day Sunday. It's now looking like 6 p.m. tonight, which would be great because that's finals time. I'd be well in favour of that. And then tomorrow again, it's looking early, but it's changeable to say the least.
And that just mixes things up massively,
Yeah.
and that's just Rallycross in a nutshell, isn't it? It's all about reacting to the condition changes that you don't really get in other disciplines in the same way.
Are we going to wait and see a start? I want to see it. Yeah, we are. Right, here we go. Junior Cross Car. So what's the rev limit? Is it 9,000? I can never. 9,500? 300?
9.3, isn't it? I think,
200. Yeah.
Interesting in the background, Alex Antila, who had a big roll, I don't know if you can see Peter on the far side of the grid, had a big roll and damaged the frame on his cross car at the bottom of the hill, and Al's been in the final couple of corners, so has switched from the edge to the speed car this weekend. Be interesting to see how he gets on.
Little thumbs up from the marshal for each of the drivers. The longest hold in the entire world. Let's go. Turn 1 here is absolutely brilliant. Hal can't help but be fascinated by it, and he's right, because turn 1 is absolutely brilliant.
Well, great example there. Carl Svedland was 4th on the grid. I think has moved up to 1st in the first corner as they come over the hill now. Yes, Svedland's tying for the lead with Hukar. So it's one of those grids where it doesn't really matter where you are, because I think pole is a bit compromised. You never want to be on the outside. We saw in World RX a few years ago where the drivers could choose their grid position. And while everyone would say, oh, I'm going to go for the outside, you always choose pole. Yeah. Pole isn't necessarily the place to be here because you can't get the rotation in the car.
No, there's Armco right down the inside, then they run wide, you get up the inside, and then best of all, there's the Joker split immediately after the start. So if you lose the start, then you've got the choice to go Joker.
There's so much variability, isn't there? I think
it
doesn't, certainly in the 5 wide, doesn't really matter where you are, and that's brilliant for the action, isn't it?
It's such a great track. So we went go-karting yesterday, which is over there, the Tom Christensen Go-Kart Centre. Last year we went RC car racing, which is where I'll be going when we finish filming this. And I just love this place. I think it's brilliant. It is a 4-hour drive from Copenhagen, if you choose not to take a connecting flight like I do. But it's great.
And I'm collateral damage in that because I probably would take the connecting flight.
Yeah, sorry.
Interesting in the background, Pace Motorsport new signing for this weekend in Frederick Martin. Marco Martin's son, of course, who's joined RallyX this year, was on the podium in Riga. That's a big step, isn't it, for a young driver? I know Marco's quite keen for his boy not to be in the limelight and just go about his racing, but going from running the car yourself to joining an established team like Pace Motorsport, who are leading the championship, of course, with Martin Ugar. Romet Cerner took his first win a couple of rounds ago. That's a big change, isn't it? And we'll be interested to see how he gets on.
Yeah, it will indeed. Grana's just sitting here. We've just got the thumbs up, waiting to go into pre-grid. He's a bit early, so I mean, people come down early or late. It depends, doesn't it, on whether you want to be
You'd be
settled
late,
in.
wouldn't you?
No, I'm normally early because I get too nervous. Yeah, so I go down early. I don't like being late. I like to spend ages.
So I would like to go down and get out of the car.
Yeah, no, once I'm in the car, I'm in the car. So you're the same as me, though. It's like a giant spider trying to climb into something, a matchbox or something. Well, in a cross car. In a car, I feel differently. I might go later in a car, but getting in a cross car...
Not my car. I've got, like, the biggest possible seat you can buy, so you just slip into it.
It's just like a comfy armchair with 600 horsepower.
Of all the track tests I've ever done, the only seat that's ever fitted me beautifully was Pat Duran's RS200, because he's a not small either.
I thought you were going to say Matthias Ekstrom, but obviously not a Haldo. It's a little racing
he's a whippet.
He is a whippet, yeah, he is a whippet. So we're down in some of I think it's fair to say the not so factory team part of the grid, but I love it because this reminds me of my motorsport, you know, on a budget, just with your little team with you and your little pop-up awning, or in our case one that you had to build, and it's just fun, isn't it? We've got Volvos over here, we've got such a diverse field, we've got a massive entry coming in Estering. I think it is important just to note that every point now counts, Hal. So last year there were dropped scores, and this year there are not.
No, so like you say, it's going to go to the final round in most of the categories. Let's run through the championships then. So P2 Pira comes here on the back of a brilliant run of results in junior cross car. I think was third in the first round and has won ever since.
Yeah.
That isn't really indicative of how close the racing has been in junior. Svedland was on for a good result in Alsbyn, and you know, the nip and tuck of racing in it's not single spec, but it almost may as well be, because it's so close, isn't it?
With the rev limit and everything, it's just and also the fact they don't have spotters, so these kids are picking their own tactics based on probably watching a lot of rallycross. You know, and knowing, okay, he's gone from my mirrors, do I give him 2 laps or not? And they'll base that on whether they've got a bigger gap on the last lap or not, which is cool.
We would say in English at home that he's got the monkey off his back. That early win has really settled Pira down to being strong. Before we go to cross car, let's just look at open two-wheel drive with Victor Johansson behind us, who he had a mixed weekend at his home round, had a technical problem on the first day, fixed it overnight. Really strong result, had a home win on the second day. He's really in a title fight with Lucas Gabrielson, who's here from Finland with a little starlet. He had a good weekend in Alsbyn.
Simon Tiger, I wasn't there. What happened to Simon? I was over in Indianapolis, and Martin Avon kindly covered.
Just more issues, and ultimately didn't have the pace.
He's had a rough year, hasn't he?
He has, and they're not here. He withdrew from the event a couple of days ago because they can't get on top of the engine problems at the moment. They've promised to be back, and I'm sure they will be, because they're a very good team. What's interesting, though, is that while we've seen him have wildly good pace, but not necessarily the reliability, this year we've also seen him not really have the ultimate pace that we've seen before. No. We saw that heart-wrenching scene in Kimmering, didn't we, where he got out the car and he was kicking the door and resisted throwing his helmet on the ground because that's expensive.
Whereas doors you can get a lot of from the wreckers.
But he's finding it tough, isn't he? And it's going to be interesting going into a final weekend title battle without Tiger. That's almost unheard of in RallyX.
So he won't come to Estering either, we think.
I doubt it. Why would you?
I think not. There's a point at which you're throwing good money after bad. The season's a write-off. I think you go, we need to reset and start again next year.
Sure. But there's a lot of entries this weekend in open two-wheel drive that we haven't necessarily seen so far, so that's going to put
not as many as next weekend.
The catapults to pigeons, but then next weekend it's going to be even tougher, isn't it? But there's a lot of very capable cars here that we haven't seen. The Bleasdales from the UK haven't joined us since Holland. Slavomir Wallach's back, having done some of the support races in the World Championship at Julius and Nysum. So very, very competitive. Nysum, Neerad a couple of weeks ago. So it's not just about the title contenders, isn't it? About the sort of the selected round entrance that can really mix things up a little bit.
So we've done junior cross car, we jumped to open two-wheel drive because we saw Victor. Going back to cross car, Yulalami Senior, because we also have Joanna Yulalami, the younger sister. Jonathan Yulalami swapped chassis, didn't he? I think Finland or maybe the event before, and just suddenly he's back where we saw him in junior cross car.
Yeah, won twice in Sweden, runs out of the tent behind us in JC Racetech, and I think really that's working well for him, being amongst that experienced team. Vettel Tree is, of course, running the same type of cross car in the Speed Car Wonder from JC, and even if you're not directly sharing data or looking at the V-Box, it's just having that knowledge around you that's clearly working well for Yulalami. He's not quite in the title fight at the moment because it's close between the top 3, but he's not far away. Another double win here.
Yes, and suddenly it's on, isn't it?
Yugar, for example, didn't make the final on the second day, and now has been still at the top of the points.
Well,
as we always say in crosscar,
you've
just got to be there, haven't you? And it's so easy to not make a final.
Everybody's so fast. It's the one category, I think, where if you do have a bad heat, that can be it for the weekend. You have 3 perfect ones after that. So we've got 2 ways we can go. We're going to go this way first of all because we're going to talk about Supercar Lights, and these are the local legends, the Darbacks, along with Linneman, of course, in Supercar. But Danish team, Danish flag, proudly up on the wall. Yeah, yes, Danish beer. Yes,
strong, isn't it? We had some last year.
Yeah, they've got a beer pump in their tent, which makes them the best team in the paddock immediately. They were going well as well. It was a top qualifier, wasn't it, for Kevin up in Alston, which I can't remember if he's had a TQ before. I'm not sure he has. Didn't manage to convert it. He's right on the cusp of kind of converting, isn't he? But either way, I expect them to be on the pace here.
Kevin Darback's really stepped up this year, hasn't he? Joined with so much less four-wheel drive experience than his brother Tobias when he came into Supercar Lights, and has really delivered this year. I think he's arguably been the quicker of the two across all of the events they've done so far. Interesting here, though, isn't it? A lot of home pressure for all the Danish drivers. They tested here a couple of weeks ago. They were pleased to be first and second in free practice yesterday, but they know there's a lot more time in the track. It does clean here a lot. They don't necessarily brush the loose back on. So if you've been here testing, you'll have set the car up in a certain way, and you sort of have to live with the track evolution until it comes to you. Yeah. I noticed Tobias actually had I think it was Tobias, who had a puncture when he came in from his second free practice run, which is also the time qualifying for the Heat 1 Q1 grid positions, but with only 9 cars this weekend in Supercar Lights, it won't really matter so much.
Did you notice if they put something really obvious on the cars to tell them apart?
No, they have struggled with that in Alsbyn as well, to be honest.
Cheers to the Darbacks. We do tell them. Anderson?
Yeah, in the title fight, it's really close in the Supercar Lights class. Yuli Munier leading, but there's very little to choose between him, Roberts Vittels, of course, who's joined Lights this year. Anderson right there as well. Hampus Hagström won in Alsbyn for the first time, not here this weekend. There's a folk race going on in Julius. But Supercar Lights is super close. The Darbacks could easily win this weekend, and again that'll upset that little championship fight at the front.
I had a good battle with one of the Muniers in karting yesterday. Oh dear, that doesn't sound right, does it? So it's a misfire for one of the Darbacks, Tobias. We've got some work to do on that, and it's not actually that long until their Q1 race, is it? I wouldn't have thought.
Stefan, lead engineer from OMC, there in the back of the car. Shake of the head from Tobias.
Oh, it's a nightmare. Okay, so they've got a bit of drama ahead of the session coming up. They'll need to crack on with some work. Where are we? Supercar Lights, FC2. So the numbers have dropped a bit in FC2, but I think the talent that's there is still exceptional. Obviously, Ollie Eriksson, Fraser McConnell, Casper Janssen, Elias Svensson. All of those drivers are weapons, and I love seeing them go at it, but we'd like to see more cars on the grid still.
Yeah, and I think we will next weekend. It's going to be, I think, 8 FC2s in Germany off the top of my head.
Hellman's coming back, isn't he?
Hellman's back, three cars set to come from the STS RX squad, Eric Gordon's back 40 team. But this weekend, I think it's going to be super close. It's super close in the championship as well. I think Casper Janssen just leads it. Fraz and Ollie Eriksson up behind. Elias Svensson has struggled, I think, to step up to FC2 from cross cars. Do you remember that amazing debut that Svensson had in Supercar at Strangnas in a Hedstrom Polo? Yeah. And he was just so on top of the car. I think you have to be so clean and tidy in an FC2 relative to a cross car.
Different driving style.
To a supercar for sure.
Yes,
especially with the weight distribution.
You can throw a cross car requires some manhandling. And whilst the very best in Supercar, the likes of Christopherson and Ekstrom, don't necessarily chuck it around, they're very accurate. Whereas with these, where the weight is in the car, it's just a different driving style. And I think the people who are doing really well in it have sat in them a lot. Casper had the rear mid-engine Lights car before. It's just different, isn't it? Yeah,
and I think maybe that's why Fraser's not struggling, but Fraser's Andreas Eriksson's over now looking at Darback's car as well.
The big guns are in.
Good representation there of how the RallyX paddock works. That direct competitors are over there trying to get that car back out. Fraz, I think, maybe has struggled a little bit more than Ollie and Casper, but hasn't had the seat time in the FC2. Casper, of course, was racing in Nitro.
Garage.
Ollie's done a lot of the development work on the car, so McConnell's been quick, and I think really the results haven't been representative of how on top of the car he's been. Had a really strange issue actually on the second day in the wet.
He rung me about it. He called me the following day and said, "Did you see the final?" I said, "No." He said, "I spun." And okay, his accent's not correct, clearly, but he didn't know why. He said, "Look, we haven't figured it out."
Well, he just dropped it on the brakes at the bottom of the hill, and it was weird. There wasn't any standing water, seemingly. It just, it was an odd one.
I know it's not me, but I still need to know what it was if it's not me.
Is that the worst thing for a driver, isn't it? If you throw it off and you know you've overcooked it, that's one thing. If you know the car's had a problem, it's another. But when you don't know, it's tricky, isn't it?
Just got all the helmets on the stands here. So this is Ericsson, is it?
Janssen.
Janssen, sorry. They put crowns on, don't they, for championships? I think this is got to be Fraz. A Swedish crown. There we go, Fraser. Used to have the lucky egg on there, but not now. I'm imagining that's a crest to do with Jamaica because he's very patriotic as well. But yeah, it's cool, man. I noticed
this is a low-budget, high-effect helmet, isn't it? You haven't really had to worry about too much colour, but it looks great.
It looks sick. It looks very cool.
Ollie Ericsson's gone for the fully low-budget on his helmet, but it's still carbon. So
yeah, exactly. It looks cool, doesn't it? Supercar, before we wrap up and get ourselves into looking around the track here, Ulrich Linnemann, we're expecting to go well at his home event. Poor Ulrich, he is a bit hot and cold, like in terms of his luck and sometimes decision making. But I do love him. He's all smiles and he absolutely loves this sport and loves this track. Never give up, etc.
I don't know if it's his form or his results that are similar to a mountain range, but like you say, there's massive peaks and massive lows, aren't there? But
always a friendly face, isn't he? Always so pleased to see us, always so welcoming. He's always posting about us coming to Denmark and welcome. He messaged me yesterday straight away, welcome to Denmark, lovely bloke.
Puts massive effort into this event as well. Has a load of experience here. Remember when he came from the back of the grid in RallyX 2017 or something in the rain in the previous polo he had to win, and he really needs to win this weekend to try and fight for the championship. Despite all the misfortune, he's still there. He got a black flag from the final last time out for contact with Vranks. Vranks, he's really out of the title hunt, but will be really fast here. Tested here pre-season.
He got a black flag last time as well, didn't he, in Aalsbyn, which he wasn't very happy about.
Yeah, so that's one thing that happened in Aalsbyn was a lot of contact on the first day, especially in the Supercar Lights class, quite a bit in Crosscar Junior, and that really got clamped down on the second day.
So Rainis got the black flag out with a force.
And necessarily so, because while we all want to see action, and a motorsport fan always loves a big moment, don't they? But you also want to manage the costs for the competitors to allow them to keep coming back.
It's not a demolition derby. This is not banger racing. It's expensive, and so yeah, Rainis is doing a brilliant job as track controller, race director, and also still does a very good job behind the wheel. Hal, he was pretty handy in a go-kart yesterday, wasn't he?
Despite getting a black flag from myself and Ollie Ericsson. Just
and a push start.
That was even better. Just to wrap up open four-wheel drive, Maiko Tam he is really the only driver that could wrap up a title this weekend in open four-wheel drive. Of course, he won the AM Championship a couple of years ago. Philip Martinson won twice in Aalsbyn last time.
Yeah, good result.
Philip Martinson's a real dark horse, isn't he? He's always there and delivers strong results. Doesn't look like the wildly quickest driver at any point, but he's always right there at the top of the timesheets. Linnemann will be quick here, of course. Ranks will be fast as well. I think the FC2s look pretty close in the mix. Really, they all want to just stop Tam, don't they? Because you don't really want to let your rival take the championship a weekend early, because if they don't, anything can happen.
The pressure mounts. That's the point. The pressure mounts towards the end of the season. We don't want to see the titles wrapped up here in Denmark either. That's the only one we think is possible. We'll do the maths at the end of today and go figure it out. We've got 4 rounds. Double header here in Nysum. Double header in Estring next weekend. So that's all within how many days is it? How, 7 or 9? 9 from now?
I'll have to count on my fingers for this.
This is terrible, isn't it? Saturday, Sunday, the bit in the middle where you have to do the boring bit where you go to work, and then next Saturday, Sunday as well. It's going to be great. 9 days, 4 rounds, wrapping up RallyX 2025. So we're going to get ourselves to the studio. Let's take a look around the track, and then we'll get cracking with some action.
So we ride on board with the local hero, Ulrich Linnemann, from his helmet cam. This is in free practice 1. Yesterday afternoon. The track is very green at this stage, lots of loose gravel, very sideways in the opening corner, and that's the only time in a race that you use that turn in that manner. Into the Joker on the exit of turn 2 for the first time. Short shifting there, Ulrich on the loose just to kill the wheel spin, and then into what is the final corner at the end of the race, but actually turn 3 or 4 on the on the opening lap, Andrew, and then down this super long straight, the first of the 2 super long straights, under the bridge and then to this very difficult braking area.
Yeah, that's where the old Joker lap was. The new Joker's better, definitely, for me. And then up on over the top, and the jump coming down off the crest. Depending on what category you're in, there is just the jump off the top. And I think one of our best overtaking opportunities the whole season here.
Yeah, the gravel it gets dragged into the tarmac. We're back into what is turn 2 on the opening lap, but it's actually towards the end of the running lap. Linneman decides to take the Joker twice. Quite often you see drivers do that in practice because there's so little opportunity to learn your way through there. In a race weekend, only taking that route once in every race, hanging the curb on the inside, right to the barrier on the outside to cross the finish line through that, really threading the eye of the needle through the barriers. It's super quick right here.
What an epic place, and we are ready to go racing already. In fact, no, we're not. We're looking back, of course, at Q2 first of all, Andrew. Wakey. Cross cars, we have had some interesting weather this morning, haven't we?
Absolutely, and you see the juniors getting the worst of that as Carl Svedland and Riku Hukar get stuck together on the... Oh, it's Yera Hukar, isn't it? Of course, in juniors.
And Joanna Yulalami in this one as well.
Stuck together on the outside in the gravel, so slippery. This is the worst time. Look at the wheel spin from Fredriksson as well.
Peter Pira in this, the number 16, who had such a good weekend last time out and is our championship favourite at the back of the pack this time round, but not a lot in it, to be fair.
Antila with the new car to him on the inside, Sebastianese, etc., who went quickest in FP1 yesterday, but look, it's so low grip. And what I was about to say was this is the worst point of any race circuit in almost any discipline, when it's just started raining, because that's when the track's at its slippiest, really. It's not when it's most wet, it's just when it's in that horrible greasy phase.
Carl Schnack got P2 in that session. It was the Alvari Manisto who took the win in that, with Alex Antila having taken the win in Q1. So definitely the TQ up for grabs between those top 3 at least. Carl Schnack will want another start like he got in Q2, in Q3 if he wants to take that spot. On to cross car. Decent sized grid here in cross car. We've got 23 or 24 cars, I think. Equally tricky conditions for them, as you can see.
Marju Niemi having a spin there on the exit of the final corner. Bethla Tree going well. Brilliant start here from Kalle Gofferson.
Early on the throttle too, absolute commitment there to knowing the level of grip that you had, whereas some people just not quite so sure. It did rain. I said the forecast moved. There wasn't going to be anything until 6 p.m. and then it's come in, and it's like that all weekend. So we're expecting wet, dry the whole way through. This is Riku Hukar in the 222, getting a great start. So Hukar had a number change. I don't remember him being 222 before, do you? If I've ever noticed, I've always gone off the fact he's got a big Larry livery and usually rides something funny on his rear wing. Brilliant start in the middle of the grid here. There is Eric Nielsen getting away first, but decent bounce throughout the field as well.
Pasi Penttinen going well this weekend. Not so dissimilar to the tracks up in his native Finland. I mean, absolutely lunged there by Jensen in the fellow speed car machine, and Jensen getting the job done at his home circuit. Here we have the championship leader, Martin Ugar, who makes a terrible start. Jonathan Yulalami around the outside. Yulalami's just squeezed Thomas Merstad, who lost out so disappointingly with that problem at the end of the final in Aalspin a few weeks ago. This is Romet Cerny getting into the rear of his teammate. This is a proper battle, this, isn't it? With
that was like the karting yesterday, Hal, in terms of closeness, wasn't it? Yeah, spin in the final corner, and
Ugar going round, isn't it? So he loses out badly, the championship leader. And as we were saying in the preview, you only need one bad result to tumble down the order, and there you see Ugar 7th overall. Yulalami continuing that form after the car swap.
And if you look though, Yulalami not winning either session, but everybody else being really up and down. Riku Hukar with a 30 and a 50. Alex Lindequist with a 50 and a 22. So that is absolutely wide open. There's 10 points in it between P1 and P11 with one qualifying session to go. So although Yulalami is at the top of the list, that's not domination by any means. And that's the tricky wet conditions, which I'm not going to lie, I like.
Yeah, they're great from here, aren't they? I used to really love driving in that transition between dry and wet as well, because you really have to hunt for the grip. When it's full wet, you can really rely on the tyre because the grip's quite consistent. When it's dry, obviously it's dry, and you're just mitigating the grip on the gravel, or at least here as well when the gravel gets dragged onto the tarmac, especially at the end of the straight after the 2 jumps. But I used to love that that transitional phase where it's just really greasy and you don't really know where the traction is, and that's where you see the people with less power in open two-wheel drive or open four-wheel drive, for example, come into their own because you're less reliant on what you've got underneath you, and it's just about feeling your way around.
Yeah, trying to find what level of grip there was. There was some lovely stuff earlier on between Fraser McCollum, Elias Svensson. Ollie Eriksson came back and was like, the diffs aren't right. It's just pushing even in the last corner with the best diff setting we got. It still wasn't right. And you saw Fraz, he was so patient on the throttle, and Svensson got on it behind him. Tiny bit sideways, bit of oversteer, bit of understeer, wide on the straight, and Fraser took 2 seconds out of him in 2 corners. You've got to be so patient.
And this is why you see the most experienced drivers doing so well in those conditions. You think Johan Kristoffersson, for example, in most of the stuff he does. Look at when Johan has done very well in circuit racing. WTCR, for example, is in when it's in those mixed conditions, because you've just got to really, really be patient. Wait. You can't afford to overcommit anywhere, because you just hemorrhage time, don't you? So it's.
But it's so. I think
Timmy Hansen would describe it as driving like this rather than.
It's so hard to do, isn't it? It is so hard to do.
It's an experience thing, isn't it? Yeah. It's very difficult.
But it's a mindset thing too. Like, Johan's very good at staying calm in those conditions and not worrying. Like he said to me very recently, he said it's like you're going so slowly at the apex that you're sure you must be going too slowly. But you have to believe that there isn't any grip and that you're going as quickly as you can go.
Well, some drivers just can't do, because you
wheel spin
need
on
to be in the throttle, don't you?
Yeah, so, yeah, great. We've got a shop right next to us here. You can't see it. There's T-shirts and hats and bottles and raincoats, which is... How much is a raincoat, Hal? Is it on the thing there?
Cheap enough to buy when it's raining.
Okay, yeah, cheap enough to buy when it's raining. You can wear a bin liner if you don't have the budget for a lovely RallyX branded thing, but it's shop.rallyx.se. The stuff's in stock and being posted out now, so if you ordered it at previous events, you should already have some of it, which is marvellous. Right, grids, no idea where they are. I'll try and find them. Is this all cross-car stuff? I think it is.
So open two-wheel drive, I believe, is down to 2 races now due to some retirement. You can get through to those in a minute. So this is the first race of open two-wheel drive in Q2. Jason Bleasdale on pole position.
Grids are completely wrong now, aren't they? Because we have literally flagged it with... in fact, the Bleasdales are on either side of the grid, aren't they? Darren Bleasdale, yes, okay, so lots of people missing. One in particular, Shunt, earlier on today. We'll talk to you about when we've got a bit of an update. Driver okay, but not hurt a little bit, how I think fair to say.
Yeah, we'll see the section of track in a minute as Roy Rask gets sideways out of turn 2, straight into the Joker, following Jensen in the big old Volvo. Jason Bleasdale leads his brother Darren, both for the British driver, returning for these last 2 double headers of the season. So this up here is where Hammer went off. You can see the marks across the grass there, actually, where he went into the barrier in the little Skoda Fabia, so he is out. As things stand, I haven't seen the car, but he's being attended to as well. We'll update you on him when we can.
Nan's got new rear windows, Hal. Don't remember those air vents last year. Did you see? With the neighbours. Quite cool.
Rear cooling on that car. A lot of open two-wheel drive's been struggling with the cooling in recent events. It's been a hot summer in Europe, hasn't it? And in the different events that they've been doing, cooling is an issue, especially when you're trying to squeeze as much power as you can out of these two-wheel drive cars. And an early Joker here for, that was Jason, I think, in the Joker. What number is that? 68, I think. Yeah, it is Jason in the... Risky strategy for Jason to go in so early, because he's ended up in the pack. This is going to allow Darren to get his head down. Interesting. I'm not a strategy I would have employed myself, but... I don't know what else to say about that, Jason, mate.
I'll give a little conversation with yourself about that, Alan. We'll go and see him later on and ask him, can't we? We've said it many times before, but the variety of cars in open two-wheel drive is fun. There's some very different weapons out there. I'm a big Mark II Escort fan, it has to be said.
No, I'm a bit over Mark II Escort.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, there's too many.
No, I like it.
Need some more variety.
Yeah, not enough in Rallycross, though. Barely any.
There's plenty in Rallycross.
Not in this series.
No, but this isn't Rallycross. This is
I work on this one, Hal. Very selfishly, you know damn well that means it's the centre of what I'm doing this weekend.
Roy Rask looks to the inside of Darren Bleasdale on the exit of the final corner, gets the nose of the Zara up the inside. Darren joking to respond to Jason, didn't quite get the job done, and has lost out there.
Might have been better waiting, wouldn't it, until later in the race if you got a bit more gap. Everybody using a lot of curb, all the curb and the inside.
Using all the curb.
Yeah, and the concrete. Reminds me of yesterday again. Did we mention we went go-karting? It was great fun. It was a brilliant go-kart track, literally just over the grass hill. Where is it? Out to the left of shot now, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, Tom Christensen's arena. It's brilliant. It's very
basic, but mega.
Yeah, as Jensen did joke on the opening lap, didn't he? So of course Jason was joking to cover off Jensen. Maybe I'll forgive you, Jason, for that strategy. Nayens just slots out just ahead, Darren.
P4 going to be as they come over the line, so Nayens gets it.
Over so quickly, isn't it, with a 3-lap race in RallyX heats.
Yeah, which makes the strategy harder when there are 5 cars as well. Look at that off the line, you just see the clutch come up. Both the Vauxhalls got away brilliantly off the line.
People asking in the YouTube comments what the cars are. The Bleasdales are in their Vauxhall VX220s. They're the Vauxhall variant of the Lotus Elise that people might be more familiar with.
And if you're not familiar with Vauxhall, the brand in Europe is Opel. So in the UK, it's still known as Vauxhall. I got a number of messages after they raced, I think, at Montalegre, where people just had never ever seen that car. Was the VX220 across Europe, or was it only?
No, I was literally just wondering that, because I don't remember there being an Opel.
No, I think it might have just been a UK variant of the Vauxhall.
But then you wonder why they would have only done a UK version, so maybe we're wrong on that.
Are we down to 9? No, we're not. Here he is. Victor Johansson is here. We've got a Lego version of Victor Johansson, which is on Halbridge's Instagram stories. You want to go take a look?
We'll get out in the broadcast at some point, but I'm unfortunately about to remove it off the desk.
Yeah, it's so comprehensively large, isn't it? It's needed Jerome to plan the paddock space for it within the.
Well, Jerome's actually in it as long as
Jerome in it? Is that him with the hat on?
I guess so.
We need to get Jerome's hat painted. Jerome's right behind us. We need to get his hat painted up. I didn't actually know he was there, but he is. See, Jerome, you're here. No, I know you can't see us at home. This is terrible television, but yeah, Jerome. But we need the hat painted, Jerome. So see if you can arrange that by the end of the day. Come on now, big
nail varnish.
Don't worry, we'll nail varnish. Paint the hat. Stavomir Warlock, Victor Johansson, Lucas Gabrielsen, Van der Warrenberg and Liskowitz on the outside. Good start by Victor on the run down to first corner, but going with him Lucas Gabrielsen, who I think is his main championship rival. It's fair to say Gabrielsen holding that inside line. We love that turn 1 because of the variance, and then it's now a case of does Gabrielsen stay or go. I think he'll go with Victor, and he does.
Johansson just killed any opportunity there in the first corner by using all of his experience in driving on the inside. He made a good enough start just to hold the inside. Didn't allow anyone to go for the full send around the outside, which is a bit more difficult anyway. In the rear-wheel drive machines, Wallach gets a bit out of shape, having been quickest earlier on in the BMW M3. Had a really interesting chat with Krzysztof Skorupski, who runs the Automax Motorsport team this morning, saying that they were hoping to bring a compressor, a supercharger, onto the BMW here for the last couple of rounds, but they're really struggling with heat management in the BMW, especially with the support race that Wallach did in Neerad. It was part of the World Championship weekend a few weeks ago, and
he mentioned the compressor to me there. It's like, I'll see you in Nysum, it will have a but
they're not able to manage the heat at the moment, so very sensibly they're working on trying to keep on top of that ahead of giving it more heat to deal with. Gabrielsen.
And if you missed the pre-show, Hal, I think it's important to note as well, Simon Tiger's still struggling, and people are only tuned in for the racing. He's not here this weekend either.
No, you could argue he hasn't really been here as we would have expected most of the year, because he's just not been as competitive as we've seen previously. I think if you wanted to sum up Simon's season, it would have been when he was. Well, was it when he was lunged by a Super 1600 car, an RX3 car in Portugal, or was it when he was kicking the door of his car in Finland? It's been a torrid time. I'm sure he's watching at home, and I hope we have you back very soon, Simon, because a big part of this paddock.
Yeah, I hope so too. And of course, really, how the championship fight has only been between 2 drivers since the concept started, really, isn't it? Between Tiger and Johansson.
Yeah, take nothing away from Victor. It'd be nice to see a new face at the top of the order, and maybe that's sort of it would inspire Gabrielsen to come back. At the same time, Gabrielsen doesn't quite get it done this year. Maybe he wants to come and win it again next year.
I think the nice thing is as well is that Gabrielsen is showing they can be beaten, because there was a little bit of an element of them being the aliens, wasn't it, in Open 2 Drive. You can't come here and match them, and actually, people have come with lots of different machinery. The Bleasdales and the Vauxhalls, the little Starlet, very different cars than what Johansson and Tiger are running in the DTM field, as we've often referred to them.
Taking on the big smokers is the Irish contingent who will return.
Is that what they call them, the big smokers?
So,
yeah, the big smokers. Johansson in the Joker, that's a great shot of it from the drone. Coming out to the merge, the Joker is on the inside. Lots of chat I've had recently about track design. We want the Joker merge, I want the Joker merge to be on the inside every time. Johansson going to take the checkered flag. 251.40. 0 point in comparing any of the times. It's so changeable. Do you reckon how many more, Ray?
I'm thinking about joker merges, I'm afraid.
I like joker merge on the inside, always. Always. I want the jeopardy, you know, when the person goes joker, I want them to have an advantage. Although the rule is that you have to give way. Estering doesn't matter, does it? Because it's side by side. To turn one, but it's never about that, is it? It's always a
It is, because you so often get the joker
early
to get the driver on the inside carries so much speed in to cross the line. You often see the joker driver getting the undercut on the
yeah, but also the advantage there is the joker a lap early, isn't it, for time, for race time. So, but in terms of racing, yeah, yeah, Estering's good joker. I like Hollius for an early. This and Hollius are both. Well, this one's a weird one. We said this before because it's an early joker and a late joker. Johansson with the TQ at the moment from Gabrielson, Wallop, Van der Warrenberg, and Bleasdale. Yeah, you can either joker on turn 2 or it's the last. It's the last. So are there 4 opportunities to joker in 3 laps? There are, aren't there?
Yeah.
Get excited my brain is by that. On to Supercar lights. Darback, Mounier, Larsen and Cake in this. Oh, loads of wheel spin across the field. Mounier with a good start, but equal to him either side, Darback and Larsen. Darback gets in first. Phoebe Cake's going to get up the inside here. Larsen gets run out wide. Mounier gets the whole shot. Darback slots into P2.
Cake's taking a big step up this weekend in launches. She was good in Alsman off the start. Sensible from Larsen to joker at the first opportunity. Having lost that time, we'll get onto the back of Phoebe based on the pace we've seen so far this weekend. So getting that joker out of the way early on is very sensible from him. Julie Mounier leading the championship, has been absolutely stunning in the French championship of late. In the ex-KMS or ex-Swedish KMS Volkswagen Polo, now run by the French KMS team. But back in the lights car this weekend, I always think it's a tough transition for an older driver to do that. We saw that in Kimi Ring, didn't we, with Mika Wickenen trying to drive an open 2-wheel drive and an open 4-wheel drive. But I think when you're young and keen like Julie Mounier is, he can jump between a kart last night in the kart race or a supercar or a supercar lights or what have you.
Had a great race. He kept looking across and grinning at me as he came up the inside in corners. One point in the straight, I definitely had a slightly faster car.
I had a brilliant race with Julie Mounier at one point, but I
reached across and held on.
I definitely had the car.
He held on to the side of the car. It's something you didn't get. Like every trick in the book, they know, don't they?
I know all the tricks as well. We were going side by side into a chicane. I cut the corner. He was in the weeds. It was great.
Well, I think you and me were both in the weeds at one point, weren't we? Side by side. I thought I was fully on the grass. I said to Hal, "You had me in the grass." He goes, "I was on the grass too." At one point you had to dust yourself off, didn't you, before you came back in? Was that in case you got told off by the kart track?
Yeah, but that wasn't really going to happen, was it?
Back into the choke. Here we go. Look, I thought we'd get the follow through, but over the top instead.
But the point being is that drivers like Julie Mounier, Darback has a bit. Was that something on the footage, or was that Darback having an issue? Maybe it just looks slow on that drone shot. I think that perhaps it did, because the car sounds okay. They had an issue with that car in the pre-show, didn't they, with a misfire? Yeah, but my point being that Julie Mounier is one of those class acts like Casper Janssen, like Ollie Eriksson, who can jump in a rental car and make it sing in a way that, you know, drivers who have done stuff like you and I, but nowhere near that level, can't. Julie Mounier immediately in the car, like Reynolds Nitters, and absolutely nailing fastest lap times immediately, seconds faster than everyone else. And I think that talent and versatility is represented when you jump between a lights car or a supercar or what have you.
And Mounier goes joker and comes out nicely in front, so this will be the benchmark time for the category. Over the line, very tidily done. There is a proper dry line.
I wonder if Darback had a problem there at the exit of the joker where it looked slow out the drone, because from the drone shot.
It was Tobias's car, wasn't it, with the misfire? Yeah, he's the next one. Off the start, Cake's reaction time, as you said, much better, and also good decision making by going towards the inside line. Mounier, look, just ducks out of it. Larsen, a passenger down towards the outside. I love that braking zone. The fact it never gets clean, like whether it's wet or dry. Larsen may be lucky not to break the steering there.
So I want to give a bit of a comparison here for Phoebe Cake, because some people in the YouTube comments give her a bit of a hard time. She's learning all these tracks. She's 15 years old. She's still learning everything about rallycross. She hasn't even done a full season of junior rallycross in the UK. She's finished that race 25 seconds off the lead. That's a big margin.
Yep.
In free practice 1 yesterday, she was 12 seconds a lap off the pace.
Yeah, so she's already taken the third off her lap times.
It shows the
progression.
The progression she's making, and I think if you can do that and keep your head, you put yourself in a very strong position.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Well said, mate. Don't give people stick in the comments. People, just be nice. You haven't got anything nice to say, don't say anything at all. Tobias Darback, Luke Sanderson, Robin Norlander, Pontus Oscarson and Robert Spittles, and I'd say that's a jump from Oscarson, but who's smoking, Hal? Is that in the middle of the grid? Is that Norlander?
I'm not sure, to be honest. You can give me stick in the comments.
Oh, we don't mind, yeah. I just generally, there's a bit of a trend on social media and in comments, on YouTube and Facebook stuff for negativity. Like, shut up. Yeah, honestly, I can't bother. I never read the comments. They're so negative. I don't watch the news either. Genuinely, I genuinely try to avoid it as much as possible. Hal reads the comments on YouTube for us. I'll respond, it's fine. Say you want to get stuck into us, go for it, but don't get stuck into a 15-year-old kid. Right. Get back on the line. Must admit, I didn't see who got the warning. I'm sure you guys did at home. Excuse me. What are you doing there, Hal? Rearranging the desk?
Poured a pint of water into my laptop, which means the mouse doesn't work, so now I need to use it.
Just point out you didn't do it for a laugh, did you, mate? So now he needs a mouse, unfortunately. It's the new laptop, isn't it, as well, mate? It was pristine for a little while. So in the middle of the grid, it's Norlander with the smoking car. Good start on the inside for Tobias Darback. He's obviously got the misfire fix. Norlander looking to the inside of Anderson, but can't quite get there. Vitol's making moves from P5 to P3 in turn 1. Nicely done. If I were Vitol's, I might joke around there, but I think the traffic at the back's too slow and he decides not to. Does anybody go?
I think you can't risk it given this grid with Norlander and his lack of experience. He's been impressive this year, Norlander, but Vitol's just fighting for the championship here, and I don't think you can risk that type of strategy.
Oscarson went Joker on lap 1 in the background. Not bad if we've lost the start.
Risky strategy as well in the first corner from Darback, who moved over to the right on the way in. You really risk, not only do you risk contact there, but you risk a penalty as Anderson is all over the back of Darback, coming up the hill over the first of the little crest, drop down the second one. Will Anderson look to the inside? Darback's had a great run up the hill there. Car moving around on the brakes. I think Anderson will joker this time around to get out of the traffic. He doesn't do that. Vitals does go behind.
So Vitals then will hope to come out in front of Oscarson. Should do, but unfortunately behind Norlander. But with a short race, there's every chance Norlander will go joker on the next one and give him a bit of space. It's a decent delta as well here. I don't know what the difference is. We'll figure that out. There's the old joker lap on the outside. The old joker lap was good from the point of view that you could misjudge the braking zone, couldn't you? Because it was such high speed entry.
Saw some fair shunts in there over the couple of years that it was down there, didn't we? But I do think the turn 2 one is better for the tactics of racing, maybe perhaps not the action. Anderson closing on Darback, under braking, uses quite a chunk of curve, does joker this time around, really gets a nice line on the way in. There is Norlander, who is yet to joker, and Anderson's going to come out just behind Norlander, his compatriot, and this is potentially going to harm Lucas's charge to catch up with Darback. We need to be watching the red and blue cars at the front of this battle, because is Anderson going to have a lunge up the inside? Look at the attitude of the car. He's definitely having a look to the inside at the end of the straight.
No way through though, is there, unfortunately, especially with the single dry line on the inside, or that's where you'd want to be anyway. If he's going to do it, he could do it here. End of this straight. This is the favoured overtaking spot on the entire circuit, so watch for him slotting to the inside line. But I think he's going to decide against it on this occasion. He is, because he knows Norlander's going to go now, so probably less time lost by just letting Norlander get on with it. So the gap between Darback and Anderson will update when we get over the line. Darback's been joker as well, so Darback comes out in front. So Darback over the line, last lap, takes the flag. And he doesn't go quickest, he does 241.8, 243.4. So Mounier gets P2 in the session, Anderson gets third.
Anderson lost out badly there in the traffic, but you've got to mix it up, haven't you? Yes, he's lost one qualifying position, but you've got to give yourself, all these drivers are fighting for a champion. This is Darback, and I think that's reasonably high risk coming out as far as he did, but you've got to try and open up the first corner as well. terms of the Joker strategy, I think Anderson didn't really have an option, because you're trying to get to the front. You're almost no good sitting behind at this stage, because he needs every point he can. And to achieve that, you need the best positions in the semi-final grids to get yourself in the best final grid to get the best results at the end of the day. So you've got to mix the strategy up, but it's high risk, isn't it? Because you get stuck behind Orlando, who hasn't jokered, and you lose out on the win.
On the flip side, I thought it was quite sensible not just, for instance, take the dive up the inside. You just accept, no, I've lost a few tenths of a second, whatever. He's going to go Joker on the next one. Don't damage it further.
Lucas Anderson of old, we saw him take a double victory here on his debut weekend in Supercar Lights. Probably would have made the lunge there. So that's experience playing out as well.
Exactly, a little bit more sensible. Tobias Darback Racing at home is the current top qualifier and very much the favourite. Had a misfire, as we said before, Q2, but they got that fixed. Anderson P2, Mounier P3, 5 points in between them. Orlando Vittles, Kevin Darback down in P6. Who's beeping, Hal? Is that here, or is that somebody? There's somebody beeping, isn't there? Right, on to open four-wheel drive. And your own Austrian, Philip Torres, top name, Tanner on the outside. Austrian with a good launch on the inside line. Let's see what they do. Tries to claim a bit of track space, moves out slightly wide and then back into the inside. Turenne has backed off, look, trying to find that inside line. It hasn't worked out this time. So who's going to go Joker? Obviously not leader or P2. I reckon Turenne will go, and he does. So Turenne drops into the Joker.
Austrian making his return to Rallycross Supercar open four-wheel drive this weekend in the Hyundai i20. It's the car that Frodo Holt developed to replace the amazing Volvo C30 that was never quite replicated with the Hyundai. I think that's fair to say. Hasn't raced it for a little while, but done some hill climbs and stuff in Scandinavia.
Oh, that is right up the bank. That's a big mistake and a proper bit of off-roading and lawn mowing. Somehow gets away with it and comes back down.
Lost the front wing as well, I think. Let's all but hand in this to Austrian. You'd be joking Austrian right now, wouldn't you, if you were spotting to try and get him in and out ahead of Turenne. They don't do that, of course, because I thought about it. So Turenne will now be pushing hard to get on the back of Austrian. Austrian competing in the Norwegian Championship in his rear-wheel drive BMW. Did the support race at Julius a few weeks ago, but now doing the last couple of weekends of Austrian. He's tried to sell the car a few times and then has mixed feelings about it because it's so expensive to run, but he quite enjoys driving it. So
that's what was it? It's a horrible addiction, isn't it? I think Hal is the word. The gap was 4.2, so let's get an idea of whether that's going to be enough. This is the braking zone we keep talking about. Even when it's dry, it's covered in gravel.
Turenne's flying behind though. Austrian. Of course, I get confused by the amount of times he's passed the Joker. We've got another lap to go.
Yes, he has. Yeah.
He's going to have to go this time around.
See what the gap is. I think the gap's come down. It was 4.2 over the line. Let's see what it is for Turenne this time. It is 3.9. So taken 3/10 off him. Will that be enough? Barely straight up the straight, is it? I love the fact there are two straight. In fact, the crossover, Hal, do we have anywhere else with a crossover in Rallycross?
Not in Europe.
No. Great, I like it. Right, late on the brakes again. This time gets into the apex. Will 3.9 be enough? Austrian goes Joker. Turenne comes around in P2. Austrian around the outside, yeah, should be enough looking at it. 3.9, closer than I thought it might be, so I would say 3.5 might be the delta as he run wide, almost, but no holds on. And Austrian takes the win. 234.6.
Turenne went quicker than Austrian in every single lap of that race, but obviously just lost out too much at the start. Tanovic will indeed finish in the blue polo. For those polo counting, that's the Dennis Roma car for the last couple of years. Well, you can tell that by the fact the basic livery is exactly the same. But
and there was the mistake that cost any chance. But it was good effort, to be fair.
Tanovic very experienced in Rallycross in rear-wheel drive.
Hal, what did you say to me yesterday when we drove past the cornfields? Because it was
Oh, that's a great angle.
No, I want to know about the cornfield. So this is what's inspired
I would
my...
like to drive into the cornfield.
That's what's inspired my thoughts of the cornfield. Hal said yesterday, what do you think would happen if you drove into that cornfield?
I just wondered how much resistance the cornfield...
Well, so did I. I'm fascinated by it. We wondered if it would do the screen. I also want to see those corn on the cobs just sort of bashing off the screen at various angles.
I just have Xavier Pons in the Zara in Germany, having been through
the vines, wasn't it? Yeah, through the vines. But yeah, Tanovic had a good crack at it.
You got full insurance on the rental car.
Yeah, I know. It's my credit card, mate. You know, it's I don't like it. The rental car is.
I'm trying to establish what you do like. Being at home.
Rest. Yes, being at home. Beers. Ibiza, dance music. You know, a good dance tent. I love a bit of rallycross, but not wrecking the rental car that's got my my credit card on it. Spencer and Janssen on the inside, Maiko Tam, the champion-elect, going for the round the outside with the red rims, liking the rims, you can say, down towards turn 1. How the FC2s, a bit of contact in the background, yeah, Martinson squeezing, and Janssen goes joker on that one.
Janssen was forcing the issue there on Martinson. Martinson, who is really on form at the moment, was shutting the door hard there on the FC2, now behind Elias Svensson, who retired in Alsbym with a technical issue, back this weekend running under the JC banner, and Maiko Tam, who is leading this championship, really needs to get his head down. I would say this is not a track that suits Maiko Tam's driving style of relying on the front axle perhaps more than some of the other drivers, so he's clearly found a lot of pace since yesterday and needs to be consistently at the front if he wants to get the championship done this weekend.
Tidy on the brakes at the end. Straight will Martinson go. I think Svensson doesn't. Oh, that's an absolute disaster. That was a total shocker. Svensson was clearly going to go joker. Martinson had decided to do the same thing. Got in the throttle too early. I think that would be a black flag, personally. Pushed him round. Just turned him round to end his race. Well, I think Rangers won't like that. And I've gutted for Martinson because it's an easy mistake to make. I guess even if you wanted to change your mind, it would take a while to get out from behind Svensson.
That's an interesting one, isn't it? Because, of course, Svensson's going to feel aggrieved by that, and Martin's going to feel like he's the innocent party. I'm looking forward to seeing it again on the replay. But they're both going around the same corner. Martinson's looked to the inside. OK, you've got to assume that the driver in front might go to the joker, but he's also got a good run on him. So...
I'm kind of surprised. I suppose Svensson was going to go to cover Janssen because Svensson will think anyway when I go I'm going to. So thinking about it, Svensson's not going. You wouldn't joker from P2, but he's looking at the cars in the race he's likely to beat.
You would go from P2 depending on who you're competing against, wouldn't you? So it is.
Yeah, for Janssen.
Yeah.
That was something I meant to ask. Sorry, I don't think we got round to it. We're in the middle of it all. The FC2s are running slightly reduced power again, so they were right up on Supercar pace, weren't they, 2 events ago? And now just a little way back, as again they also have some cooling issues. You say it's been a hot summer here in Europe.
Yeah, there's they're so new, really, aren't they? The FC2s. They're still working on the development of them. So yeah, they've just edged the power back a little bit while they continue to do that to ensure that all the cars are reliable. And yeah, there's some stuff they still need to work on those. Tam, though, absolutely untroubled here, isn't he? A 39.7 is his best lap of this race so far. Takes the win.
Yeah, target was 2:34 and he's done it by 4.4 seconds. So 2:30.2 now the benchmark.
Just seeing if we can have a word with Rainis Nitis about that incident. The race director, Cam. Svensson does...
Svensson having a little test look at the car as well, so he obviously feels there's damage. So this is another look at the start.
Brilliant reactions from Svensson off the line. See the nose of the car raised up just before everyone else is. This is Janssen up the inside of Martinson.
Well, Martinson turned in on him, didn't he? But fair, again, he has the start. He's trying to shut the door. Good decision by Janssen to go joker. So this is the incident here, Hal. So Svensson, look, he's going to go joker. Martinson's in there too. I think Martinson was going to go joker, but yeah.
Should have lifted, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sure there'll be a penalty for that. We'll hear from Rainis Nitis in a couple of moments' time.
I mean, if he wanted to go standard lap, it would have been tough, but you could have lifted for a moment.
So he's touched him once, which is fine. And I think,
hello.
Yeah, hey, Rainis. We're just looking at the replays there, mate. How's it going?
Yeah, all good. Calm so far, so it's good.
Okay, good stuff. So yeah, we'll look at the replays, mate. What's your take on that incident at the joker entry there?
I mean, the car in the front had the rotation already in the middle of the corner when the rear car was not touching him. So, and also we see that the brake lights were on for the car in the You see he's rotating already here too much. And then it's small push just helps here, end of the day, to rotate it just to the finish. It's for me, it's no black flag, but yeah, penalty is there because it's pushing and destroying the others' race, but not black flag.
So what is the penalty, Reynolds?
It will be seconds penalty, but I have to check more.
Okay, fantastic. Mate,
Yeah,
thank you so much.
As I mentioned also in the briefing, I don't have anything in the middle for example, it can be some reprimand or something for situations like this, which you carry on for the whole season. But for that we work on in the future.
Okay, so maybe a reprimand system for next year to give you some options.
Yeah, we need something in between. Otherwise, it's seconds or hard penalties. So we are thinking about it.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Rainis. Fascinating. Cheers, mate. Best of luck for the rest of the day. Hope it's an easy one. There we are, Rainis Nitish. How fast? Oh, yeah, easy for us, isn't it? Go right, that's black flag, or me in this occasion. But yeah, I suppose that's the point. He needs something in between. I love the fact that Rainis is across looking at the brake lights in the back. Obviously, he's had the chance to look at it 2 or 3 times. Probably he has his own replay machine, while we're only seeing it 1 time. So he's judged that because the brakes are on, there wasn't that much malice in it. Victor Franks on the inside, then Linneman, Ericsson, and Fraser McConnell. Ericsson was brilliant in damp conditions earlier on. McConnell's got a good start here, gets on the bar on the outside. The Jamaican goes for the full send move, gets to the inside line. That is fantastic, perfect execution of that move.
Great job from Fraser McConnell. This is all about race management at the front of the order for him. Ollie Ericsson jokers for the first time of asking. That's really going to help Ollie Ericsson if these 3 up front continue to battle, because really the open four-wheel drive class, the supercars, have got the legs on the FC2 down the straight. The FC2s are just clipping the limiter in top gear at the end, but McConnell is one of the most experienced drivers in this field and will know very well how to defend at the end of the straight.
Which is mad, really, when you think it's not that many years ago we came here and he took his debut supercar win, didn't he, as one of the not-so-experienced. Oh, Franks is sideways off the jump. He was looking for a look up the inside, but he can't get it done this time.
Franks will joke at this time around. I'm absolutely sure of that, but Linneman's going to be right in the rear of the Belgian driver. Linneman stays out, Franks goes in. This is all about trying to cover off Ollie Ericsson, then get after Fraser McConnell.
Whereas Ericsson's not there, so Ericsson's a little way off the back from the looks of things. I know he is there, Ericsson is there. So at the moment then, this would give McConnell the win if he can hold on to the position. I think he'll wait.
What do you do as Kevin Ericsson now? Do you cover off to try and, do you joker now to cover off Franks? Or do you go again in the hope that Linneman jokers, he gets tangled up with Franks in a battle, and then you get out the front?
I would maybe send Fraz now to guarantee P2.
Leave him out.
There we go, okay, good stuff.
Because his race overall is with Ollie Ericsson, really, for the FC2 final and the qualification.
So you didn't leave him out. Oh, he's Fraz a little bit deep. He's not. Linneman goes joker. This is to try and cover off. Watch for Linneman, the merge with Victor Franks in the background. That's a great joker by Linneman. Franks will be there, though. Side by side, Victor turns in, a little bit of contact, Victor Franks takes the position.
That is exactly what Fraser McConnell spotted. Kevin Ericsson was going to hope to happen, that these two get tied up racing each other and allow McConnell that little bit of free air. This is all about McConnell trying to hit his marks at the bottom of the hill here, carry as much momentum as he can on the way in. Franks has edged Linneman here and might just have enough.
It's a big push lap for Victor Franks, isn't it? He's got to get the braking perfect, as has Fraser McConnell. McConnell gets into that apex on the inside line. He's patient on the throttle on the exit. The FC2 drops into the dip. I reckon he might just have enough here. Victor Franks is going to come around on the outside line. Fraser McConnell on the inside in the final corner. Brilliant drive in the FC2. You see the power from the supercar as he comes out of the final corner, but checkered flag for Fraser McConnell. Is it enough for the session?
Ericsson touches the wall in the final corner. Linneman's got a problem at the back of the order.
229.3. That is the session in the FC2 with the power slightly turned down for Fraser McConnell. That's amazing.
I would say that's one of the drives of Fraser McConnell's career. He's won at various different levels, but to defend from one of the best supercars ever built in the Peugeot Tourway with Franks absolutely on fire. Franks did a 39.1 then, the fastest lap of the session.
It starts with this. Look at this. He comes in. It's just a little bit of a pitch on the handbrake. It's enough, though. I don't think there's any contact with Franks in turn 1, which is pretty amazing. Look at this from the drone. That is centimetre perfect, isn't it? In the background, Ericsson did well getting up the inside of Linneman. Good tactics from Ericsson to go joker on lap 1, but brilliant tactics, as you rightly called, Hal. Here's Stephanie and Peter coming back. They're absolutely made up with it.
Tell you what, Franks is very clean, isn't he? As a rule, he gave a lot of space there in the first corner. Could have forced the issue on the way out. Linneman broke his steering here. Unnecessary contact, I'd say there, but also very easy to say standing here in the commentary box, and
Look
from
at
the
that.
moment that McConnell got the rotation done in the Joker, I thought he had that. Also very sensible to cover the inside in the final corner, not let Franks
Park
get the
it.
nose up the inside,
Yeah.
because then you could get forced wide. What a great job.
Brilliant drive, Fraser McConnell. In the background, Ollie Eriksson has a kiss the barriers. Decent crowd here watching the action. They were a little bit damp this morning, but the conditions are drying out now, and Fraser is, well, I should have some standings on that after Q2 in just a moment. Here's the standings. Victor Frank still in the top qualifier spot by 5 points with a win and a P2. Fraz has got a win and a P3. Eriksson look with a P2 and a P3, so it is close at the top. But top three separated there by just 13 qualifying points with one session left to go. We're not going to hang around because the event's running late, so we're trying to catch up time, and that means squeezing the brakes down, and we've got a fair bit to crack on with in between Q2 and Q3. But don't go anywhere, we've got everything coming up from Q3. What a drive by Fraz there.
Yeah, great job. And after the disappointment of spinning well on for a good result in our spin, I'm sure that will have done everything for his confidence. If it wasn't suffering on the confidence side, but there's always something going on. You're only as good as your last result, yada yada. That will have put him in a really good place.
That was a very good last result. So join us for Q3. We'll be back in a few minutes. Cheers, guys. Welcome back to the fantastic Nysum barn in northern Denmark. It's a wet and greasy track, but it's drying at the moment. The skies look pretty clear. The racing's pretty close. We're having a good time, aren't we, Hal Ridge?
Always. It's rallycross.
Yeah, yeah. And there's a go-kart track and a radio control car track. It's pretty much... I'd take this as like a personal facility if I had the money. I did enter Euro Millions last night. I did not win. So unfortunately, you can't have the €2 million that I offered you in the car yesterday if I won. Which is a shame.
It is a shame, yeah. For me.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's a shame. I mean, oh yeah.
Not that bothered about you, to be honest.
Would have been a bit mean to come and purchase Nysum Barnum for my own personal enjoyment. No, I could still have allowed some races to take
you
place.
You wouldn't be. You'd come here once, I reckon.
Too far away.
Yeah.
Yeah. I need something close to home. I could buy the Top Gear track. That's not far. It's only an hour from home. But I'd have to build a lot of dirt roads on it. China Yellow Army on the outside, but on the inside, P2 Piro, who's had such a good run of form. It's Isak Setra who gets the whole shot ahead of Kangasaho, which Ollie Kangasaho is a new name to me. Was Ollie in northern Sweden? No. So we've still got some youngsters coming through. We did discuss this yesterday, actually, how the juniors come and go in waves across not just this series, but other series too.
Yeah, well, classically, people are like, oh, the juniors have gone. Well, yeah, but also they grow up, don't they, and they move on, and then you have this younger wave of drivers coming through. Sometimes you have a load of new drivers one year and sometimes you have a couple, but when you've got lots of retention in the drivers that are not too old, then you don't notice how many have arrived or not. So at the moment the junior cross-car field is a little bit smaller than it has been, but we'll see other years where it's absolutely massive.
I think it is definitely affected by the top of the sport, you know, and that can be
always, yeah.
That's obviously the World and European Championship, but also the highest level here. I think if you see there's opportunities to become a professional driver, you tend to gravitate towards that, and we've had a crop of young drivers come through. How many young drivers are running 13 because Andreas Backer inspired them to take part, which is great. But yeah, we need to get the top of the sport fixed so that we can end up with more drivers. Pira, that's a bit of a wild exit.
Pira on a big charge, having lost out in Q2 earlier on and ended up in the first race of this Q3 session. Pira on that amazing run of victories. Only not won the opening round of this junior championship, so is keen to get back to the front of the order. But Sebastian Needs, etc., who we passed last night when we arrived to the karting, running down the road by the circuit with his father, Espen, yeah, really on form this weekend.
That was his dad running with him?
Yeah.
How old's his dad?
Well, probably not as old as you, but he's quite old.
Fair play, he looks good on it. Brilliant, I thought it was a couple of kids. I didn't realise the dad was there, Hal. But yeah, we did say, why don't you run around the rallycross track rather than up the road, but to be fair, it's quite a rural setting, isn't it?
Espen's been around a while. I'd say he's, at a guess, he must be 40. Must be, probably find out he's 29 or something. No, but he's been racing for years, so he must be in his early 40s. So I'm going to take a guess. I'm sure someone will let me know I'm wrong at some point.
He looks great on it. Good lad. Maybe that's all that running up and down the road, Hal. I wish I liked running.
Well, the lack of sun in Norway probably doesn't do him any harm.
Yeah, true, yeah. Indeed. So he's very much dry now out of the back. You can see the sweat line coming up over the crest. Watch for the two dips here. You don't really see it quite so much in a cross car, but there it is. And you can take off on that in the supercar. We saw ranked very sideways off the top of that jump. And then here's the braking zone, which I'd say he's now getting drier offline, but just won't clean through the course of the weekend. Look at that. Isak Setra putting the left wheel over the inside of the curb and basically dragging dirt out onto the racing line in the final corner. And then it's, look at that, it's understeer and oversteer for the cars behind, who probably come in there a little bit surprised by the amount of dirt that was there. Is that tactical, do you think?
I doubt it. But Isak Setra has absolutely smashed it over the championship leader. 6.7 seconds the gap at the end. Extraordinary.
Pirro was a bit wild, wasn't he, coming out of the Joker lap. Not that there's 6 seconds in just that one bit. Great start, look. Yeah, so there is a bit of dirt, look, in the corner anyway. Tactically, that makes me want... There it is. Look at the amount of dirt he dragged out. Tactically, that makes you want to do that on the final corner of... win that corner every time. If you lead in the pack, you can make life very difficult for the cars behind. So P2 Pira on 4 wins in a row. A P3 at the first race in Latvia. So ever since arriving has not been off the podium, has not been off the top step for the last 4. 1 in Finland, 1 in Latvia, 2 in Sweden. But it is Isactetra who is ahead here. Isactetra hasn't had a win yet, hasn't even been on the podium yet this season. He's sitting in P6 prior to this one, Isactetra, so maybe will be a better qualifier this time. Supercar, Fredriksson, Mäntylämäki and Antila. Supercar with what looked like a wheelie as we cut back to the start, but it's Mäntylämäki who gets the whole shot. Alex Antila looking for a way through in the background on the inside, all pretty sensible stuff. So they're feeling their way into that braking zone. Oh, and there is just, look at that, just that tiny damn patch and you just run wide.
Just having a little look back in the YouTube comments. Do get in the comments and have a chat, because we do try and keep across them. It's also interesting for the whole community to be talking to each other. Someone says, I'm guessing this is about what I said about Linneman, in that it wasn't necessarily unnecessary comment because you've got to go for a gap. Sure, if you no longer go for a gap, you're no longer a racing driver, according to Ayrton Senna. But at the same time, Yorick broke the steering by hitting the rear of Victor Ranks.
And he wasn't going to get the merge.
The gap was always going to close. So Yorick drove into the back of Victor. Yes, of course, you take every opportunity, but you also have to manage the risk and manage the damage, which is a big part of Go Motor Racing. So I'll stand by what I said there, because I think you really need to manage a weekend and not just try and go for every single gap at every moment.
For me, if I might interject, if his front right wheel was going to hit Franks' door, I'd have said go for it. But it was only going to hit the rear left quarter, at which point you're not going to get the pass, whatever happens.
And you know that
it's race time.
But you also know that wheel to wheel is probably the biggest risk.
The biggest contact, yeah, the most momentum.
When it comes down to...
anything else? Any questions? Anyone? Here's with some questions. Ask us whatever you want.
A lot of chat about the cost of running a supercar, and that varies depending on what car you've got, who's running it, what sort of team you've got. People are saying 1.2 million for a season. That's too much as it is.
Peak money back in when 16, 17.
So still now, I would say at the top.
Yeah. If there were 12 rounds, but they're not.
I would still say it's a lot of money to run. Not necessarily that much, but I'd still say running a...
Well, let's just talk numbers. So I know that people, I'm not going to mention names, that would be unfair. I know people were renting supercars back in 2013 Euro for 25, 30 grand a round, but that would have been for the weekend. And we know that at the peak of the World Championship, some of the top teams were saying if you want to rent a car from us, it's 100,000 a round, therefore 1.2 million for the season when it's 12 rounds. Yeah. Which is a lot. You can run it a lot less than that if you own it yourself, but obviously, I mean, how much is a supercar these? Let's say you wanted to buy an ex-Hanson Peugeot, for instance, or an XO-MSE Fiesta. Give us a ballpark. Get no names, that would be unfair.
A top flight Hyundai, Audi, Peugeot 208 of the latest generation is going to be 350 grand.
Now, so 3-4 years old.
A KMS Polo is going to be more than 500,000, probably, something like that.
But those are new build, aren't they, since the peak of the World Championship, whereas most of the other cars are from the pinnacle, the end of the World Championship, coming up to the end of the race here. It is Antila who's got it at the flag. Is it going to be enough to beat the fast time? I don't think it is. Yes, it is, by 0.6 of a second. You're wrong, Coley. Antila takes Antila's time away. Antila's time's great, to be fair, because I would have seen Antila... Oh, actually, we'll see P3 in this one, because P2 Mäntylämäki...
Great job from Antila there in the switch of cars. It still says edge on our timing screen, but he's actually a speed car. So, yeah, doing a good job getting on top of that different machine.
It is expensive. We know that. Sure. Yeah, no motorsport is cheap, unfortunately.
I don't think you can rent a really good supercar in a national round for 25 grand, for instance.
No, not going to happen. No. And unfortunately, the success of the World Championship and factory or semi-factory teams and cars being developed to the nth degree pushes all those costs up. You know, the rebuilds are more frequent, everything's a little bit closer to the limit. Oh, we've done this, we've done that, this is made out of carbon.
And this is why OMSE and First Corner have developed the FC2, because the running costs are
way cheaper.
Less, in part because the parts are mass produced and you're not having to make one-off components all the time.
Yeah, absolutely. But yeah, get in the comments, give us questions. Come on, hit us up. You've got Hal Ridge here. Literally, there is nobody in the world who knows more about rallycross than the man who stood next to me. So please quiz us. Mane Stoshanak, Svedlund, Perimäki and Nielsen in this one. Svedlund, of course, one of the front runners in the championship fight. The black car, 3 out from the right-hand side. Oh, Svedlund went to cut back to the inside and had a barrier tap and still gets through to B2. So that looked like it had gone horribly wrong, and actually it's worked out pretty well. Svedlund, I'm sure, will go standard lap. Everybody does.
Svedlund had a DNF in Q1, was stuck in the gravel against the wall, broke the car. So
stuck in the gravel now.
yeah.
Do you know anyone else who's been stuck in the gravel this weekend?
No one as talented as Carl Svedlund, but he just touched the wall there and seems to have got away with it. Will definitely would have changed the front geometry.
Oh, Svedlund almost into the back. How had to lift at the end of the straight and goes up the inside anyway. So lifted, moved right, and still got it done. Lifted as they came under the bridge. He was that close in terms of closing speed.
Ministo's been very competitive as well, as we've seen. So great job from JC driver Svedlund. And pulling a gap as well. Clearly very comfortable in the Kazmat.
They're so good on the brakes. There's barely a locked wheel down there from a bunch of kids driving these cars on the limit in slippery conditions. We've said before how good they are. I think that's another thing about the juniors. Often juniors go missing, and they go missing because they come here knowing they actually want to go rallying or circuit racing, but they can do this so young, which you can't do a lot of the other sports.
Well, a great example of that is Andrew Jordan. Started junior rallycross when he was 14 years old because that was the way into motor racing. His dad was, and he's a super successful circuit racing driver. At that time, Andrew actually wanted to be a rally driver and saw it as a way into rallying. As it turned out, he went on to be one of the best touring car drivers in Europe, won the British Touring Car Championship, but it all started with learning that car control. And actually, as you saw, using Andrew as an example, his career progressed often in mixed conditions in a touring car race. He was right on top of the car, and the commentary team would quite often refer to his rallycross background because he was very comfortable with the car moving around.
Underneath him. So we'll talk about AJ a bit more, I'm sure, over the course of the weekend. It feels like it's a throwback, doesn't it? AJ's do so much with us in the World Rallycross Championship. Of course, raced the factory Peugeot, famously winning a session at Lytton Hill. Is he the only British driver to have won a session in the World Rallycross Championship?
No.
No? Who else?
Liam has. Yeah.
Did he win a session overall though? Did he win a qualifying session, not a heat race? Anyway, he's just bought. We haven't had a chance to talk about this. You might have talked about it up in Sweden. I don't know, but he's just bought one of Kenneth's. It was final lap snack. Svedlund to go Joker on this. He's just bought Kenneth Hansen's old C4, or one of Kenneth Hansen's old C4s. Let's see if Svedlund holds on as he goes Joker from the lead. Yeah, easily going to hold on. Target time is 2:55. I reckon Svedlund might get that too. Coming around to the line, it's Antila with a 2:55.2. Oh yes, Svedlund's going to smash it. 2:54.4, so Svedlund takes it. Yeah, which of the chassis was it, Hal? We were discussing it yesterday. You write stuff down. Yeah. Nice.
Lap times, because the lap times don't retain on the time screen.
No.
Yeah, so AJ's bought chassis 11 from KHM, so Kenneth Hansen Motorsport back in the day. Got the car from Finland, and they're restoring it to do Legends events, which is cool. RallyX has got a good tie-up with the Legends events. OMC were down at the Louis Legends Festival in May. Andreas was driving his Mark 6 Fiesta, or actually the Mark 6 Fiesta that Marcus Gronholm won Julius in 2008 in. So yeah, they're growing. The appreciation of the history of the sport is growing, and that's fantastic.
I loved AJ's post, although I slightly disagree with it, where he said, "I think the ship has sailed for me being European Rallycross champion," because that was a target, wasn't it, back in the day? Of course, that was the pinnacle when he was doing Rallycross. There was no World Championship.
There's a difference between not being capable and not having any intention.
Yes, of course, but I still think he could, and I'd love to see. I'd love to see him on a crack.
That's what.
Not in the Kenneth car, obviously. But
I don't think that was his point. His point was he won't be doing it. Rather than he can't.
I want him to though. I want him to come and do it. He very nearly did World Championship, didn't he?
Yeah, twice.
Ah, what a shame. Alex Antila then is the top qualifier for Cross Car Junior from Livari Manisto. Then it's Carl Svedlund, Carl Schnack, Jonas Hegler, Nielsen, Sebastian East, etc. remains in P6. Your championship fighters are, of course, P2 Pira, who is down in P11, Hauser. This has not been Pira's day, considering he's been on the podium ever since he joined us at the first round in Latvia.
What a day for Antila, though.
Area. Yeah.
Switch a car, just as we saw Violalami. Great job.
So yeah, P2 Pira has got work to do from P11 to make it up through the field. Hoffman, Terrapin, Lindqvist and Niemi in this one. Another super long hold. Good start on the inside for Hoffman, but maybe not going to get there soon enough. Lindqvist in the number 4 almost does, but it's Margie Niemi who gets down there. Lindqvist a little to the inside, I'm sure. Niemi goes too deep. Lindqvist gets through. She might hold on to P2 on the inside line. Does hold on to P2, so Lindqvist done well to get through.
Niemi has stepped up so well, hasn't she, in the last couple of years. junior cross car a few years ago. She was at the tail end of the field and progressed through the junior ranks. And I also think the step up to senior cross car or cross car, not junior, has been really healthy for her. And she's well on top of the car. Had a spin in the slippery conditions of Q2 earlier on, didn't she? But now she's with two drivers here who are right at the front of the competitive order in this category and are holding her own really well.
Yeah, obviously didn't have a great Q2 to end up down here. Yeah, no, I mean Lindquist as well. Yeah, there's some Tano terribly.
It was the horribly slippery conditions.
Terribly torrid.
It was very slippery, wasn't it? So I think we'll see a whole jumbled up order through all of the cross car races.
Hoffman over the line, Niemi managing to just build a little gap here as Vigo takes the drone over the top of the bridge. Oh, look at this on the way in. It's such a fine line now between whether you drop the rear left wheel onto the dirt or not, particularly in those sections which are really well swept, and the traction is different, I'm sure. Hoffman's got a couple of pictures on the back of his car. I'm not sure who they're of, but I'd like to see it. Who else is it? I think Hukar's got the decal. Oh no, Niemi runs deep. Too deep on the brakes. No, it's Hoffman as well, sorry. So Hoffman down into the joke lap on this one. We'll try and cover off Terrapin. Is Terrapin going to make advantage? Yes, Terrapin does make advantage of a few little mistakes there. Gets one of the positions. Go on, Hal, what's in the comments?
There's just a huge long chat about the costs of running rallycross cars. Look, people saying that the tyres are the biggest cost.
No,
yeah, tyres are expensive, but they're limited on almost every championship, so you've got a fixed cost on that.
It's only 8, wasn't it, in the World Championship for most of the time?
Logistics, wages are expensive. The lifing of parts in a supercar is expensive. I saw someone say you don't need a supercar to have fun. That is absolutely correct.
Completely agree.
But it is the most fun thing to do.
Yeah, I get it, of course. But yeah, there's lots of comparisons. Lots of things which are more expensive and more fun, aren't they? Like private jets, I'm sure, are much more fun than economy. Unfortunately,
but not as fun as a supercar.
No, I agree. Fighter jets, I mean, they're probably as fun as a supercar in a different way. But yeah, you are absolutely right. And most of my motorsport has been what I would describe as club and level stuff, and I've loved every second of it. So yeah, we're certainly not trying to put anybody off. I've been lucky enough to race RX 150s and the Suzuki Swifts in the UK, and they were both absolutely brilliant.
Well,
I had
honestly,
a great time.
It's the most fun I've almost ever had in motorsport, or one of the most fun, was doing the Lada race. We did the single make Lada race as part of the Baltics Championship. We were lucky enough, you and I were lucky enough to go over an invitation of Reinis Nittis in 2015 to do that, and it was great fun because the cars were very compliant, it was very equal, and loads of fun.
Equally, the karting yesterday, the cars were not equal, we know that. The tyres were old, the track was basic. I had so much fun in an hour of what, if you were here, is not very expensive to do. What was it, €10 for 20 minutes, I think
15
it was?
minutes, yeah. So the most it was going to cost you is €40.
Yeah, I mean, that is cheaper than most UK karting centres, but the point is going to have a go. The other thing I really would encourage you to do, and I was guilty of this when I was a kid, is genuinely don't drive recklessly on the road. Like, when you go in a competition car and you go somewhere where it's safe to go to the absolute limit, you'll realise how far away from the limit you are on the public road, but how the risk goes up exponentially. You could be at 60% of what a car will do, and your risk is 200% to you or somebody else. I got a rally car, and that was a brilliant outlet for me from probably driving like a bit of an idiot as a teenager, and to just wanting to get into motorsport. I went and bought an old Vauxhall Nova rally car. It was £3,500. It was a wreck of a car. It had all the right bits on it. Everything needed rebuilding. I knew nothing about it, as my mum pointed out to me. Ugar is in this one with Schnack, Christensen and Steinsolt. Ugar's going to go Joker on this lap and drops in.
I think cross car's a great way in, isn't it?
Yeah, me too.
As we're watching the cross car category, they're relatively expensive to buy. You'd be spending about €25,000-ish, depending on what specification you wanted.
Second-hand reasonable value.
Second-hand are cheaper. It costs hundreds of euros rather than thousands. When you break suspension and stuff, there's lots of spare parts available. There's lots of knowledge, so you can
lean on other people.
What we're finding in the British Championship at the moment, in my role in that, is that the Motorsport UK Cross Car Championship is growing, and actually the competitors in the same chassis, like we see here, are actually working together to try and find time. There's lots of knowledge. I think you could come and drive one of these cars for less than €2,500 a weekend. When you consider that relative to almost any other motorsport, that's very, very cost effective.
If you were to buy them, see, that's when you look at it and you go, it's expensive. Actually, if you take the 25k and you buy the car, you can bring that cost down significantly, because you're not...
I still think by the time you've got here, paid an entry fee, bought tyres, at least fed your mechanics, if not paid them, you'd be spending £2,500 for an event.
Yeah,
I think you'd struggle to do it well for less than that. For sure, there are dads and lads, fathers and sons, sleeping in the back of a transit van, carrying the buggy on an open trailer, not buying new tyres, doing it for really low budget. But I think if you want to do it properly, I know this is fact, I would say 2.5.
I think that's fair, Hal. And I would say that when I first started in rallying, I wasn't doing it properly. I was buying second-hand F3 tyres for the Nova. We were camping. We used a school minibus that we borrowed and a rented trailer, you know, and to get to the events and go and do it. But so much of that experience,
like if we're going to talk about ourselves for this last lap, I used to spend my entire life cuddling a trolley jack, and I left to do the European Rallycross Championship event in Poland in 2010 without enough money to get home.
That's how you do it if you really want to do it.
But I'm also not prepared to do that anymore.
No, because
when I do stuff
your priorities change.
Yeah, I want to do it. I want to have a comfortable night's sleep, and I want the right trolley jack that's going to lift the car up and the seal stands to the right height, and all those sorts of things.
Got an all factory team on himself.
But you can do it. You can do it at a low cost. It is possible, and especially in RallyX.
Do you know what we're saying? What we're basically saying is go and do it. Like we both were lucky enough to go and do it. You know, spend all your money on it. Don't worry about it. Like just have a crack at it if you possibly can. If you possibly, almost dropping it on the brakes after the line, Newgard. Go and have a go. It doesn't matter if it's
41.5 for Martin Newgard. He is struggling.
No, bad.
The time's okay, but the overall time is poor. And for the championship leader to come here and struggle like this is indicative of how competitive cross-car is.
P2 Pira as well. So with both our championship leaders struggling.
Look at the flex on the sidewall of the Speedcar Wonder tyre.
Definitely some softness in these cars as well at the moment, which may well be from the previous session, anticipating slightly slipperier conditions.
It's starting to rain, actually. I just stuck my hand out the window to wonder why it's so humid. I'm really warm, despite not wearing a coat, and it is drizzling. Bring it on. We could do a bit of a torrential downpour just before the next race, just for fun.
Just for us. Any other questions, Hal? Come on, let's get amongst it while we get the chance. I'll run through the grid. There's Frederick Martin, the new signing for Pace, as Hal said in the pre-show today. That's Marco Martin's son.
I can't keep up with all the comments, to be honest. But,
well, we'll have a scroll through in a minute.
There's just lots to chat about, licenses and stuff.
Yeah. Cerner, Spilling, Jensen, Martin, and 3 on the outside. Cerner gets away well. Spilling level 2 though, they're almost hooked up in terms of wheels. In the background, Frederick Martin moves to the inside line. Martin looking for a pass on Vettel 3. And getting up to P3, but with a bit of contact. That's a shocker. All 3 cars, 4 cars locked up down in the first corner. It's only a bit of contact then the second time around that got them away. That might have been triggered by the contact at the back of the back, but that's a racing incident. Into the Joker lap immediately went Romet Cerner, and I think that was a good decision because Spilling, is it Spilling that's gone? I think it is, yes. Spilling has absolutely gone here, but Romet Cerner having gone Joker might have made a good decision there, I think.
Spilled it. He spilled it.
Sorry, I couldn't hear you. I've got the volume wrong. I think the cars are louder. We've got about 8,000 volumes in front of us. YouTube comments, all sorts of things going on. It's hard life. Not digging holes though, is it, Hal? Off into the Joker lap and down. I love the Joker here again over a crest. And as you come through, remember, you can't see the other lane until you pop out round the end of that Armco. That was in response to Romet Cerner. Cerner's through. Cerner's not showing his Jokered on our timing screen, but I'm sure has. Yes, he is on your graphics at least, so that is good. So Cerner in the main in the box seat for those drivers who've been in.
I've been quiet because I've been a bit baffled because after a season of doing RallyX, you get used to liveries, don't you?
Yes.
And you get accustomed to having a quick glance and realising which pace driver has the green on the top or the red on the top or whatever. And I had a quick glance across thinking, that's Vettel tree because it's green and white.
There's 2 of them, mate. I had the same thing.
Identical.
They are identical. With the contact in the first corner, I'm not going to lie, I have no idea which was which.
I spent the whole race being confused there.
You're wondering where Vettel 3 is. The 113 is Spilling. Who taps the wall? So Spilling taps the wall. Is the car broken or not? Yes. On the outside line, the rear right's pointing in. Do not have contact there. That is ultra fast under the bridge. Spilling on the inside line. Jensen goes deep on the brakes. Will he hold on? Yes, he will. That's a brilliant piece of car control. Oh, and he goes round, broken. It's collapsed at the rear.
It's been broken for a while. How he kept that in a straight line after the contact with
like
the wall.
that, Hal, up the straight when you know there might be damage is pretty brave, isn't it? Vettel 3 going to go Joker, and I reckon Cerner might have come back and not going to have enough traction on the exit, maybe. Vettel 3 on the dirt section around the outside, and Romet Cerner. The problem is, even though having come back to P2, they have lost a lot of time at the start of this race. So over the line, are they going to go quicker? No, they're not, which is what I'd expect, considering everything that happened in turn 1. Wowzers. Have a look back at the start of this one in just a moment. Ooh, boy, boy.
Not pleased.
No, not at all pleased. Here you go, Hal, take a look at this. I think you might have been in the comments at the time.
No, I was watching. I was just baffled.
It's the next corner. It's the next corner. So I think it's 3 at the back, is it? I'm not. Maybe not. Here, look at this here. Boom. And those 3 on the inside. Look. And then this contact here, this second bit of contact. That's the only thing that frees him up. Otherwise, I think we'd be looking at a red flag, which might have been preferable, to be fair.
We have seen that relatively often here in Nysum, a red flag based on cars getting stuck together there. We've seen a lot of cross cars mount those 2 stacks of tyres on the inside as well, haven't we, over time. Good run for Vettel 3.
Every centimetre of the track.
This is the contact where we just missed it in the background there. That was the contact with the wall for spilling. Will we see it here now? Yes, we will. So it just gets a bit over-rotated, and then you're in the looser dirt on the outside. This is just the smallest of touches. I know, quite a big touch. And then it runs the wall, doesn't it? But you can already see that the wheel is flopping around a bit there. It's definitely got a lot of toe out. And then under load on the curb.
Over the curb, yeah. Boy.
Game over. Love the commitment there of keeping it lit.
Not happy. Understandable, but tap the wall. And unfortunately, that's what happens. Vettel 3, 242.7, goes 7th in the session.
Where was spinning before that?
Overall?
17th overall, so that will be no semi-final, and that's the frustration you're seeing. Because that's stay over. But fortunately, with these double headers, it's
yes, you're right.
yeah, no way you're making the semis on with a DNF now, is there? But fortunately with the double headers, you get to do it all again tomorrow. And while sometimes I think it's a shame if you have a great result on the first day, if you have a poor result on the second day, you don't really remember it as much. If you have a rubbish result on day 1, you can put all that to bed on day 2.
Right, have a watch of this little recovery. We'll be back very shortly. Okay, back underway here. Isak Tetra, Kong, Nilsson, Gotherson, Lee Merstad on the outside. The very well known to me anyway, red and blue livery. Gotherson with the tiger stripes. Good start, Lee Merstad, but Gotherson's going to keep him out wide on the inside line. Isak Tetra is there. Gotherson gets that hold shot. Merstad, look at Merstad commit to the throttle and almost get back to the inside of Gotherson. Gotherson did well there holding Merstad out. They're all on, off the throttle. Merstad goes Joker immediately. Interesting choice, but I think when you're in with the quick drivers, you can probably afford to do that. Yeah, definitely, and there's no one here that's not going to be quick enough to not hold you up. Merstad ruining a difficult weekend, or difficult results at least, from Alspin just a few weeks ago. Gotherson so quick on a single lap, but sometimes just can't get the race results together under massive pressure from Espinese, etc. up the hill. Is etc. pulling a wheelie over the first of the jumps, looks to the outside. And then comes back across to the inside. I love that braking zone so much. God, oh, and he's half spun. Espinese, etc. dropped it on the apex. Has he held up anybody behind him? This is massive advantage to Gotherson. Isak etc. drops into the Joker lap, but must have been on the apex there for a little while. It was Patrick Kong and Eek Merstad. I thought Eek Merstad was ahead of Kong, but maybe that was the hold-up at the hairpin. They're all through now. Eek Merstad on the far left-hand side of the straight as they get down towards the corner at the end. Flames from the exhaust as he lifts off and gets the rotation done beautifully early. Look at the exit speed he's carrying, but nowhere to go with Kong on the Rhine. Someone in the YouTube comments asks, is Vettel Tree any relation to Paltree, who famously had some hilarious interviews in the World Championship? Yes, Vettel's Paltree's son. Paltree here in the paddock for all the rounds that his boy does, and I have to say Tree has been progressing massively this year with the changing teams, and I think we'll be seeing a lot more of them in Rallycross in the future. Gotherson continues to lead. The gap between his 2.0 and Eek Merstad has been in the Joker, so I think Merstad will likely get this done. Look at the flames out the back of Merstad's car, and again it's a perfect rotation in. Sideways on the way in, he's absolutely flying. How look at it, he's eating the gap alive. Look at it. It was 2 seconds at the start of the lap. Espinese, etc. going fastest of all in the background after that error. Merstad backing it into the bottom of the hill. Going to be clearly ahead of Kalle Goffson at the Joker merge. On the limiter as well, when he came out of that, you can hear him. It obviously went in a bit harder than he thought it would. On the exit, takes the win. Is it the fastest time? No, I don't think it is. 2:38.9. No, so those little issues. We'll have to see what who got held up. Whether Eek Merstad was held up by Isak Tetra's moment. Let's take a look back. So this is the start. 52-1 though. At the last lap, Merstad was absolutely on it, wasn't he? Look at Gotherson here, holding the line out wide and then cuts across. And Eek Merstad comes with him. It's so close, isn't it, on the inside with Isak Tetra? Isak Tetra was very close to the wall there. It was a bit compromised in the opening corner. So this is where they're all on, off as they wait to see what's happening here. And this is where Isak Tetra drops it. So I was in the background. It was Kong that was coming through next. Just clipped the tyres. No, they weren't really compromised by it. So they managed to get around the. Okay, maybe half a second. But Isak Tetra got through the gap in the tyres. They need to release them. Merstad's car control. We know it's good, but wow, it's epic. Eek Merstad is second in the standings by 1 point. Let me look back because. Yeah, that's what I thought. So last year, Eek Merstad was in P3, the year behind P2, the year behind that P3. He's never won the championship. No, but yeah, exactly. So, but the point being, wow, yeah, second, third over the last 3 years, and he's second again this year, but only by 2 points to Martin Ugar. So, Eek Merstad, he must be desperate to take that title house, surely. Yeah, for sure. I think that's why I was so disappointed with difficult weekend last time out. Last race in cross car, Hukar, Jensen, Yölalami, Penttinen and Orav. Well, they're stopping the start. Aborted. The chief start marshal was waving arms very early. I wonder if something's happened with... Has Hukar just crept a little? Maybe not. Refocus time. Shake of the head from Hukar. So has Hukar got an issue? Saw him clunk it into gear again that time. And on the handbrake. Hukar gets away clean. Yillalami with a big wheelie in the middle of the grid, but it costs time as he has to get out of the throttle, and that drops him back. Orav in the green buggy looking for a way through. Passy Pentonen goes the long way around the outside. Pentonen to the whole shot from the outside. Wheelie costing big time. Yillalami, go Joker, surely yes. Yillalami's going to get away with that house. So Jonathan Yillalami with the wheelie and the lift, and then the early Joker, that could work out.
I love turn 2 here is almost as much as turn 1, because Pentonen carried way too much speed into turn 2 if that corner tightened in the exit, but because it opens up into 3, which is a right-hander, you can really afford to carry a lot of speed in there and then run it deep through the mid part, because you know you're going to have the line into 3 as long as you've got far enough up the track. Good job from the Finn, who's really driving well this weekend, Passy. His form plays a bit hot and cold, doesn't it, depending on what sort of week he's had, I guess, but driving well this weekend. I love the Speed Car Wonder. I think that's definitely the best car to watch for me. The TN11 is very efficient. The Kazmat's obviously very good as well, but the Speed Car Wonder, like the Speed Car was that preceded it, we saw that with drivers like Isaac Rios and Merstad now. You just see the attitude in the car all the time. I don't know what it is about it, but for me, that's the most interesting to watch, because when the driver's on the ragged edge, you can really visually see it, and I don't think you see that in the same way with some of the other cars.
Maybe it just works better driven that way, I don't know, but it's it's a weapon, isn't it? Yillalami has made up one place when Hukar joked, so Yillalami losing out at the start, but doing well. Now Yillalami, remember, is in the TQ spot by just 1 point from Riku Hukar, who he's in front of, so they should, even if they finish like this, it's close enough between Eek Merstad and Penton, actually. Eek Merstad is where at the moment? No, Eek Merstad's only 4th. So, okay, remains to be seen, but I think this will be enough for Yillalami to hold on to the top qualifier spot, and has just got another couple of places as well. Now it's about whether or not can close down the gap a bit more in terms of times.
Pentonen carrying the RallyX livery, and it should be noted that wasn't even requested from RallyX, does it, because he likes racing the championship, and that's pretty
great,
cool as well, isn't it?
It's great. From the top there, you can see the crash bars down the side of Yillalami's car, and that's to try to stop the wheels all hooking up, which is obviously a good thing. Into the joke goes Orav. Maybe the tiniest bit of compromise for Yillalami on the way in. Yillalami now chasing that time with 2:37.3. Has track position on Hukar. If he can take the session as well, easy TQ. 238.3 will drop him in P4. And all the drivers that are ahead of him in this session are behind him in the qualifying standings. So I'm pretty sure, look at that, the wheelie off the line, then just having to lift out of it, and that tiny lift swallowed him up.
I was hoping we would see a replay of Hukar's face as he glanced down at the dash ahead of the start. We saw that in the actual race for the second start. The first one wasn't aborted, but for the second start. I love that shot. Hopefully we can see a bit more of that this weekend. Oh,
look at this.
So close to the ball, touches the wall there through the Joker. Yeah, I wonder if, please, Mr. Director, we can see some more of that, because I love seeing the drivers looking at the instruments in the car ahead
the close-up,
of the race start.
The close-up off the start. Yeah, it's good fun with them. Yeah, exactly.
Yillalami takes the fastest time in that one, and doesn't go quickest. That goes to local driver Axel Snack. Pentonen second, Jensen, Orav, Hukar.
Overall standings, though, Yillalami is the top qualifier. So consistently there or thereabouts, not winning any of the sessions, ends up at the top of the table. Linda Christ is in P2, Eek Merstad P3. So they will be the pole sitters in the 3 different semi-finals. Remember, the championship really between Ugar and Eek Merstad. Romet Cerna, where's Cerna? Ooh, let's have a look. 11th. Romet Cerna's in 11th, so then Cerna's only 5 points off the championship. Yillalami right up there, as we say, in the TQ spot, and he's only 11 points off. So it is definitely all still to play for. 4 rounds in 9 days.
Terrible event, though, for Vettel Tree to miss out on the semi-finals. What a shame, because he's had such a strong year so far.
Yeah, true. P5, Hal. Yeah, P5, and not actually, only 2 points behind Yillalami. So where did Orav make the cut? I think so.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, okay. I mean, yeah. There are 6 drivers within 15 points. What's the difference between P1 and P2? 5 points, is it? And then another point in the semi, and another point. So you could take 6 points off somebody at any given event, couldn't you? And by beating them in each of the stages by 1 place. And there's only 15 points in it, so yeah, there is all to play for. It'll be a great end to the season.
It's gone very humid, hasn't it?
Yeah, I've had enough of it now. Let's have some rain, some clear air. Yeah. Right, open 2-wheel drive. How many of these next weekend, Hal? 30? Liskovich, Wallach, Roy Ras, Nayans and Bleasdale. That initial launch looks so slow, but once they get the grip, they're away. It sits down, middle of the grid. Or Roy Ras gets it sideways. Wallach is up the inside. Oh, massive contact there. That sends Roy Ras round. Utter carnage in the first corner. Oh dear.
Oh, and it still
and in turn 2, there we go. Wow, that's it, lads. Rainis is going to be... Can we speak to Rainis, please? That's a request I'm putting in immediately.
I have to say that was there was contact between Wallach and Roy Ras off the start. We can talk to Rainis in just a second. Let's just analyse what happened again after that, because then there was further contact between Roy Ras and Wallach. It's hard. Now Wallach definitely hit him in the door, but Roy Ras was coming across. You can't hit someone and turn them round.
Rainis.
Then Nayans turning Bleasdale around was unnecessary. Sorry.
Rainis, go on. There's a lot for you to look at there, mate, and I know you need to look at it away from the TV broadcast, but that was carnage.
Yeah, I mean, I know I'm fast in my decisions, but not that fast. Sorry. it was a lot going on, but yeah, the BMW made the biggest carnage what you can do. The one who is standing next to the track and not continuing racing. So that was not okay. Already in turn 1 he pushed a bit, but then exit of first corner he pushed even more in the side and turned the car around. So I have to do the replay from many camera angles to do some decisions.
All right, mate, go on, we'll let you crack on because I know you need to do that as quick as you can. Thank you for joining us so quickly. Fantastic, Rainis. There we go. Liskovich leads. You can hear Roy Rass's Wankel engine out there as well at the same time. Good old Rainis, bless him. That's fantastic, isn't it?
Nayans, I think, was all. Well, I'd like to see that again, but Nayans into the back of Bleasdale was in the braking of turn 2 in the entry phase of the corner, so I guess that would be looked at dimly as here's someone locked up. I think that was Nayans into the penultimate corner. Bleasdale carrying that damage on the rear of the car, now all over the back of Roy Ras in the rotary engine Citroen Zara. You can hear it wailing going up the straight.
Sounds great, doesn't it? Bleasdale got a better exit and traction, but it has to lift at the end of the straight. Looks inside, Roy Ras is sideways everywhere. Bleasdale's driving style much tidier through there. Listen to the noise though.
So I found out after Q2 early on that Opel did do the VX 220 in Europe, and it was called the Speedster. So the Opel Speedster was the VX 220 version.
There we go. I don't think I've ever seen one on the continent. Have you ever, in all the driving we've done to various places in various countries, I've ever seen one? Mind you, I very rarely see a VX 220.
I see VX 220s around.
Do you? Not that. I wouldn't say there's loads left, would you? Liskovich takes it. Liskovich 251.7. Well, that's comparable with quick times from earlier in the weekend. 255 and 250.5.
Much drier now, though, isn't it? Yeah,
250. Was it dry for Wallach in Q1 or not?
Yes.
Yeah, 250.5. So it's not a bad time, but the point is the rest of the field, how absolute carnage.
So this is what Rainis was referencing during the race. Contact there between Wallach and Roy Ras. That's difficult to call, really, isn't it? Because at that point, I also think that's tricky. Now, I'm not using any sort of favouritism, but Roy Ras has got out of shape, so this will be a much better shot. So Roy Ras has made the better start.
He's out of shape from this
and
initial.
he's coming across. So
yeah,
I think Roy Ras is coming across on Wallach, so that's not for me,
Wallach's
that's
fault.
totally
Agreed.
fine. He's also got crossed up here.
He's lifted, hasn't he?
And Nayans has got turned around, which is really unfortunate. Nayans didn't really do anything wrong there. Let's have a look at it from the front. Roy Ras is fully crossed up.
He's on the limit,
rotated.
yeah. He's on the limit of his lock.
I don't know. I don't think that's a black flag, personally.
No.
Look at Nayans now in the blue Mark II Escort. Absolutely.
But he jumped on the brake before he hit him because he's got on the throttle, hasn't he, mid-spin. I'd happily see it again if the director's got it or wants to show it to us again. Yeah, let's have a look at it again. Can we see that same replay package again, please? Liskovich takes the win, 251.7. Well, I think if Rainis isn't busy, if we'll do that. It's up to Rainis. Rainis, if you let us know. Rainis, are you too busy to speak, or can you? Okay, can you speak, or are you too busy?
Yeah, I can speak.
Okay, let's play the replay package again, mate, and you talk it through us from, please, from your point of view. So let's. I don't know if you have. Do you have our pictures up there? Can you see?
Yeah, I can see the same as you.
So okay, far away, mate. Let us know your thoughts.
The first move what I didn't like is number 60 going right now. Hop, it's just small top, but okay, that's still okay. Here, yeah, the car in P1, I think it's over rotated and it was not much to do for the BMW to avoid this. So let's see from the drone. I think now he's already on the limit and he have to release or put the clutch to not spin, and then BMW hit him, yeah. But then afterwards I didn't like what the blue car did, the one who spun around and continued racing. Without braking, pushed the white car in turn 2. So you see now he spins around.
I think he realises last second.
Here he continues, and now he's badats.
Okay, yeah.
That's so unnecessary push. I mean, if the turn 1 was kind of racing incident and everything happened, then this was too much.
Okay, there we go. It's mate. It's your experience in what the drivers are doing. Just as Hal said, to be fair, about Rorash being absolutely on the limit in the first cut. When you're on the lock stops at home, when the angle of the car exceeds the angle of the steering lock, you're going round, and he's reached that point as he's right on the rotation. But Rainis, your experience in those conditions, it just helps with the decision making, I guess.
Yeah, you know, when you've been in Latvia racing Ladas and you are over rotating, then you push the clutch and try to straighten it up. So I know how it is, and yeah, but here it's hard to do it, and yeah, that made the collision.
Brilliant, mate. Thanks so much for your time. As always, we'll let you crack on. Rainis Nitish, race director, with some great insight. Yeah, how bang on. We'll send you up there, mate. Do you want to do it?
No.
No, neither do I. Neither do I. Warlock's car. Shame for Warlock, really. Right, let's let these guys get the car off the track, and we'll be with you momentarily. Right, open two-wheel drive continues. At the moment, Victor Johansson, who is on the right-hand side of your screen with the number 2, is leading the championship from the black car there, Lucas Gabrielson. There are 6 points in between them. And that's despite a couple of DNFs for Victor and the fact that Lucas didn't come to Latvia. So Yeah, that's a couple of not great scores for Victor, and say a couple of missed events, was it, or did he not make the final? Maybe he didn't make the final.
He was in Latvia, yeah.
Okay, so a couple of duff events each then. Yeah, there we go.
I asked him what the problem with the car was, and he said there's no problem with the car. So insinuating that it was all him.
The nut behind the wheel. So good clean start by both of those. I don't think either will go joker early.
Johansson's definitely improved the start procedure of the Big Merc, hasn't he, over the last couple of events. He's changed the hybrid system for this year, and that's really making a big difference, I think.
Do you know what he's done?
Yes, I do. Can't remember all the details off the top of my head, so I'm not going to throw myself under the bus. But yeah, he has changed the hybrid unit in the car.
It was off a Mini originally,
It's not now, yeah. He's changed that.
And it was chain drive. I remember he broke a couple of chains, didn't he?
Look at that. Massive wheelie for Gabrielson over the jump.
Finland style, isn't it? For this weekend. Look how late Gabrielson can go on the brakes as well. Great stuff. What are the weight differences? Is there a minimum weight?
There is a minimum weight, yeah. Up the inside is so much more pliable, that chassis. And look at it lifting the inside wheel, Tiger-esque. They've really adapted their chassis on that style, I think, compared to when Lucas first came across to RallyX from the Finnish Championship. Closes so well on the brakes as well.
I wonder, Gabrielson, now he gets into the rear. He's really letting him know that he's there, and then gets out a little. Look at the difference, though. Drop a wheel on the dirt, and you lose 10 car lengths. He was in the boot lid, and now he's gone.
And this is a battle for the championship, isn't it? There's very little to choose between these two protagonists, and
late on the brakes.
They're both desperately going to get good points from this weekend, because with 30 entries next week, it's going to be a total lottery into that famous first corner at the Estering. You really want to try and get your points in the bag now, so you don't end up disappointed and facing the wrong way in Germany.
I can't wait for turn one at the Estering. I dare someone on YouTube to come to Estering next week when you weren't planning it. Okay. Someone in the comments who's not planning on, have a look at flights and just go, I'm going to go. What do you reckon?
Yeah, I'll be there.
We'll be there. Are you in the comments, Hal?
Yeah.
Are you?
I said hello to everyone earlier.
Did you?
Yeah.
Oh, nice one. Brilliant. Victor Johansson then goes into the joker lap on the final lap. Gabrielson, I think, losing time on the previous lap where he dropped that wheel into the dirt. Now Gabrielson is on a drift contest out the outside of turn 1, turn 2 even. And Johansson's going to take this.
People asking about Simon Tiger just as this race draws to a conclusion. Johansson crosses the line at 2:39.2 is massively quicker.
Just 12 seconds.
than the previous race. Yeah, Simon Tiger's withdrawn from the end of the year. He's had a torrid season, reliability issues. Been struggling for pace when the car has been going with the changes they've had to make. So he's drawn a line under 2025 and has promised to return. But yeah, just hasn't been at the races in the same way as we've seen him in the past this year.
Look at this from Gabriel. This was wicked. Look at this. All 4 wheels off, just landing sideways. The car looks great. That looks really drivable to me. Really chuckable. So late on the race. This was the point where he really caught up and got the great corner speed and exit. And then watch this. He runs the car out there, 6 feet, and loses 10 car lengths. So got to keep it tidy as well, particularly if you want to beat Victor. Simon Tiger was the champion last year and the year before. I think it was 2022 when Johansson was. Yes, it was. But only those two have won the title. So can Gabrielson do something about Johansson in these next 4 scoring events? Victor Johansson takes the top qualifier from Lucas Gabrielson. So that's 1 more point to his advantage. Niels van der Warrenberg gets P3. To Jensen, Jason Bleasdale and Slavomir Wallach are the top 6, but the top 12 will go through to the semi-finals in open 2-wheel drive. Supercar lights. Remember, it's 3 qualifying sessions here. So this is their final qualifying session of today. Darback missing from the grid or no? 9 cars in the entry. This one should be a 4-car grid. I think that's right, but so Norlander, Oskarsson, Larsen and Cake. Phoebe Cake loses the start. Look at the contact there between Norlander and Oskarsson. Oskarsson gets nerfed out wide. Cake just needed a bit more throttle a bit earlier to try and get in there. Oskarsson runs wide. She might get up the inside here. She does. And she decides to go with them. I might have gone Joker at that point, but I think also Phoebe's probably learning from following other cars. So it's a tricky balance when you're not looking for tactics, but looking for experience.
Absolutely. Larsen also looking for experience this year, as is Oscarson, as is Norlander. It's all the newcomers in this opening race of Q3 for Supercar Lights. 17-year-old Larsen has been impressive this year, I think, without any previous RallyX experience. Obviously knows this track very well indeed, having done the Danish Championship and the like. Norlander, home event last time in Alsmin, learning as he goes.
Lots of flies, Hal. You're getting got flies and wasps.
Yeah, the flies are irritating.
They are. Should we get a fly swap with some sort of, can we get a spray and maybe a lighter?
Look at the tyre deflection on the rear of Larsen's car as he comes through the final corner. Fastest lap of the race so far on a 41.9. Last time around, Norlander did a 43.0. So Larsen has the absolute pace in this one. Pontus Oscarson maybe has a bit of an issue there. 11 seconds down in that last lap, and that's definitely not just indicative of having taken the Joker. So there's something going on there, because Oscarson has been pretty quick when things have been going well for him this season so far.
So I want to dare Vigo to go under the bridge. I don't know if he will here or not. I can't remember if there's cables or something hanging underneath it, but I kind of want to dare Vigo to go under the bridge. I'm just feeling it. Let's see if it's up for it at some point. Coming around to a lap to go as they cross over onto the last lap. Anyone who hasn't Joker will Joker now.
Another 41.9 for Larsen. He's been very consistent in this one, just 0.04 of a second slower that time around than his previous lap, and pulling the margin out to 2.7 seconds over Norlander that time around. Oscarson's retired. Haven't seen the car actually on the side of the track, so I don't know where Oscarson has disappeared to.
You're right about the issue then as they go Joker this time round. Back to the onboard drone. We've got a high drone and a kind of a follow drone. Here's the follow drone over the line.
Larsen just running the brake to the left foot through the final corner.
What is it, Al? What's the time?
It's a 2:37.5.
Fastest time of the weekend. So track conditions very different than they were earlier today. I think Supercar Lights were out in wet for both, weren't they? Earlier wet and then drying. So 2:54 with Q1 and 2:41 with Q2.
Oh, we saw that by the increase in overall time for Hansen on a 2:39 in open two-wheel drive. Wonderful to see in this package what happened to Oscarson.
This was the multiple contact on the run to the first corner, so maybe that.
Well, he then ran wide in turn 2, didn't he? So perhaps it's already broken the rear at this stage.
See it from the drone off the line, look. Not really anywhere for Norlander to go there.
No, I don't think anyone's necessarily at fault. Easy to get a puncture from that scenario with the bodywork deflection on a Supercar Lights machine.
Nicholas Dubinard's fighting off the insects as well now. Yeah, we tried having an outdoor beverage last night, but it didn't last too long for me. The bugs are too annoying. There we are. Right, 5 cars should be up in the next one, including the 2 local drivers, the Darbacks. And there they are on either side of the grid. Darback on the inside is Tobias. Then it's Julian Munier, Lucas Anderson, Robert Svitzols and Kevin Darback on the outside. There is a yellow stripe across the top of Tobias's windscreen. I must try and remember that. I probably won't. Just do us a yellow roof. There it is. Look at that. There it is. Great shot from the correct, as well as requested by Hal earlier for that moment of focus from the drivers. Tobias Darback on that pole needs a good start, because you know what you can do, but it's his brother who gets an epic start from the outside. Kevin Darback comes the whole way across. Bit of contact between Munier and on the inside Tobias Darback. Kevin Darback fired out of a rocket seemingly on the outside. Vitals goes late on the brakes into the gravel trap on the outside. That's a shock of him. Anderson goes Joker from P4.
Anderson lost out badly there in the first corner, but it was Vittles who lost out the most in turn 2, running that bit deep. Obviously just got on the loose gravel on the outside and couldn't get the Supercar Lights machine stopped quick enough. Anderson's been in and out of the Joker ahead of Vittles. I wonder if Vittles is still stuck in the sand trap there on the exit of turn 2. I think he has, because he's yet to cross the timing line. On our screens now he has, so he's dragged out the gravel and has got on his merry way. Julian Mounier is all over the back of Tobias Darback though, going up the hill, looks to the left, looks to the right, no way through. Will he take a dive on the brakes? On the local star, right in the dust. Mounier, so difficult to find your braking point when it's like that. Darback jokers, Mounier now in free air.
So Mounier will try and get a better lap in here and cover off Tobias, who goes joker. Meanwhile, Kevin out front leads, Anderson comes out behind, so Tobias has covered off Anderson, who went joker on lap 1. Lap times between these guys are so close together, it's crazy. Still not under the bridge yet from Vigo. We'll have a chat with him later. Maybe it's not allowed here, Hal.
Anderson all out of shape on the brakes at the bottom of the straight. Is that a left rear puncture for Lucas Anderson? I think it may well be.
Doesn't look great, does it, to be
fair? Can't see with the reflection on the screen here, but...
See if Mounier goes. Is Mounier going to go in response, or is he going to stay out? He does go, I think. Yeah, Mounier's gone joker off. This is to try and cover off Tobias Darback, who's centre of your screen. Tobias gets there first, and Anderson's going to be on the outside of Mounier. Mounier gets him. Anderson cuts underneath as they go sideways, almost all the way to the barrier. Side by side now onto the straight. Anderson and Mounier. Mounier's got the inside line, but he's out on the loose stuff. I think Anderson might edge this, and he doesn't. Mounier comes back, there's contact again, door to door. Anderson this time out in the loose. He'll light the throttle up and hold on to it, but that's a great piece of battling between these two.
What a brilliant bit of racing from two of the rising stars of the entire RallyX paddock. That was brilliant from Anderson to get the undercut out of the final corner, then give each other not really any room, but enough respect not to push each other off. Anderson doesn't indeed have a puncture.
Kevin Darback's gone joker. Is he going to key him out in front of his brother or not? Where is he? Out front he does. So Kevin Darback with a brilliant start holds on to take the race win. Absolutely fantastic. Lights to flag, brilliant reaction time, perfect launch. It's a Darback 1-2. 236.1 and 236.8 is also enough to, or is it enough? What was the time in the previous one? We haven't got it on our timing screens yet. There might be a 1-2 in the session as well. I think it will be. In fact, I'm sure it will be. Look at that. 2 car lengths in front, about 3 car lengths off the grid.
Anderson loses out a lot here, doesn't he, having been neck and neck with the P2 position in the first corner. Let's see what happens to Vittles, who's on the outside. Yeah, just locks up on the loose and goes wide.
Kevin Darback and Tobias Darback, P1 and 2 in that second race. Mounier, Anderson and Vittles. That should give us the results for the overall qualifying. Tobias Darback and Kevin Darback, P1 and 2. That result from Kevin Darback has moved him up from where was it? P6, I think it was, into P2. So Tobias and Kevin Darback at home in Denmark, P1 and P2 from Lucas Anderson and Julian Mounier. Mounier and Vittles are in that championship fight. Vittles is down in P6. Who else is in the mix? Anderson is in the mix as well. He's third, so it's advantage Anderson there.
A disaster for Vittles, really, on a second row of the grid for the semi-finals. It's unlikely from there that he's going to be on the front row for the final, so not ideal for him.
There's only 4 points in it as well between Mounier, then 2 points back to Vittles and 2 points further back to Anderson, so really is close between them. The Darbacks are out of contention, I think, for the title, although if they carry on like that to the end of the season, they'll drag themselves right back by the final round at the Estering.
Yeah, you kind of hope that everyone has a disaster that's at the front and everyone who's behind has a great one, and then we end up with like
let's go to
8 drivers in the final day
with really hard maths to do. Yeah.
Well, not really. If it's all pretty equal, then it's pretty straightforward.
Yeah, I suppose it's winner takes all.
Bit of track sweeping / watering on the tarmac through the first corner.
Well, you enjoy watching that. We'll come back when the start's on, shall we? shop.rallyx.se if you want to buy stuff. Buy. Got to catch them all. That's a Pokemon thing that was also then used in South Park, actually. Got to buy them all, I think was the phrase they used in South Park, which was typically South Park, very funny. Seen that one, Hal?
No.
Do you know? Have you seen Happy Gilmore?
No.
Oh, man. So Shooter McGavin, I was at Ferrari Challenge in America last weekend, and Shooter McGavin did Gentlemen Start Your Ferrari Engines, which I was stoked about. Great character. If you've seen Happy Gilmore, let us know in the comments. Get in the hole, don't you want to go home? Elliot Svensson on the inside line. Hal looks horribly unimpressed, but it's a brilliant start by Martinson, who just drifts the Clio around the outside. Svensson late on the brakes, manages to avoid the back of Martinson. Good job by them, and Joker for Tanavic.
Of course, it was those two that came together last time around. Absolutely no hard feelings there. A good old chat in the paddock behind us, and laughing and joking. Svensson going with the Supercar Clio. I don't know if I was unimpressed or just, whoa, what a moment there for Elias Svensson. The car moving all over the place at one of the fastest points of the circuit. Wow, that was a moment.
Yeah, no, fair enough, mate. If you haven't seen the movie, you wouldn't be. It's kind of a cult classic. Apparently, there's the second one's just come out on Netflix, and apparently it's got cameos in it from everyone, from Eminem through to somebody else. So
look
yeah,
at Svensson's car. It's all over the shop. Again, at the end of the straight, I want to go and watch his onboard after this, because what is going on?
Do you think maybe something out of alignment from before?
Perhaps. Well, no, because they would have checked it probably in between the sessions. He would have known if there was something wrong at the end of that race, I'm sure. But let's have a watch of the car. Let's watch this car going down the straight now, because that is one.
There's a big patch of dampers that came onto the straight. Is it just that he's lit it up as he's crossed it?
It's nowhere near as bad this time around. Backs it into the hairpin at the end of the straight.
This is cross car, Elliot Spence. We were discussing this. I reckon maybe watch the pre-show. How do you remember we said he's not driving it like he drove the Supercar when he made his debut, and on Stragnas, and now he is. Go on, Elias, have it. Where's Martinson in qualifying overall? Martinson down in P10, Helen, took the double win last time.
Victim of the conditions, had a penalty in Q2 for the contact as well. On the limiter for the FC2. Again, a bit out of shape, but nowhere near as badly as the opening lap.
They're looking at re-gearing the FC2, but a very sensible decision was made, saying we don't want the teams to incur loads of extra cost, and I think that's one of the good things about RallyX, saying, you know what, we'll look at it for the next evolution.
But also, the way of the world at the moment is you can't get stuff done overnight anymore like that. The materials are difficult to get and expensive. As Svensson runs wide in turn 2 as it is on the first lap. I can't remember what turn it is on the running lap, but Martinson absolutely untroubled at the end of the race to cross the finish line first. Yeah, it's difficult to get things like gears made now.
That would have been enough to win Q2, but as we've said already, the conditions have changed vastly. Victor Ranks is your current top qualifier, and Fraser McConnell is just behind him, but McConnell edged them in the heat race in Q2, which was a great drive by the Jamaican. He looked very pleased with himself. Not as pleased as his mum and dad look, which is still super cute. I love seeing how excited they are for him always. There it is, Hal. Oh, yeah, it went on a long time, didn't it? And it seemed to get worse with the pendulum effect later down the straight. Martinson with the win in this one. 2:29.1 is the fastest anyone's gone this weekend so far, it being day one of the competition. But with a dry track, we can expect that to be bettered by the later runners. Here are 4 of them. On the inside, Casper Janssen. There's Hans-Joran Ostring, Philip Turenne and Ulrich Linnemann. Varying degrees of closeness to that jump start sensor. Janssen and Linnemann arguably the furthest back from it. Great start. Ostring gets away nicely. Janssen is there though on the inside. Janssen gets on the brake early. Linnemann goes for the round the outside. Very well judged. He knows this track well, but unfortunately as he comes back, he collects Ostring. And Ostring ends up deep in the gravel, and I'm afraid even forward drive and 600 horsepower is not going to get you out of that. What do you think about that? I'm kind of thinking racing incident personally, but Go on, Hal.
I'm not really sure, because you've come from the far reaches of one side of the circuit straight across to the other side. Now, you can't be fully aware of what's inside you, but at the same time the car's pointing that way, you can see what's on the inside. Yeah,
You're not sure.
That's a tricky one.
I think it is a tricky one, because Linneman also carrying a lot of momentum on the outside, didn't necessarily choose to come across that quickly to the inside.
So if we look at the open two-wheel drive incident where Roy Rass was already spinning and then got hit by Wallach, and Rains Race Director decided that that wasn't a penalty because Roy Rass was already over-rotated. Now, he was the victim in that. Whereas Linneman is the aggressor, if you want to use that word, in the person that made the contact and forced the other driver off. But at the same time, Linneman, there was no malice. It was just where the car ended up. But at the same time, you can't go firing people off, can you? So that is a tricky one, as I said.
Yeah.
I want to see it again. Janssen runs deep at the end of the straight, so hard to get the braking right there.
I might have gone Joker from there, because I think you would have lost less time comparatively just to fire it in the Joker.
Definitely, when you've gone that far wide, I think you can square it off and just drive straight into the Joker.
Yeah, agreed. Decides not to, though.
Turren's also reasonably close, so actually I think you probably would stay out in this three-car race, because you're never going to catch Linneman in Janssen's position unless Linneman has a bit of a problem. You don't want to come out and lose ultimate race time by being caught by Turren, who I think might have a bit of an issue here, because he's dropped a lot of time on that one.
We'll try and have a chat with Rainis after the race and just get his take on it. Let's give him the race to have a look at the footage. Boy, that was close, wasn't it?
Jansen's so precise. Look at the scratches on the front of the car. That's from the barrier through the Joker section. Linneman takes it on a 2:26.2. Yeah, I thought Turren had his shoes.
Yeah.
So that is massively quicker than Martinson went in the previous one. A 2:26.2 compared to a 2:29.1.
2.9 faster. So yeah, he does go to the top. Turren driving past Ostring, who looks to be walking back to the paddock. This is turn where I've watched Linneman on the outside, so he goes deep, he knows what he's going to do, he gets on the bar. Now he's full throttle, look, because you can see the amount of dirt coming off the front wheels, and then he does turn out to correct.
No racing incident.
Yeah, I think so too, mate.
Yeah, I've seen it from that angle, I would say racing incident.
I think so too. Well, but that's not our decision, it's Rainis' decision here. It is that he comes back.
No, that's my opinion. I
think, agreed,
Ostrang also could see Linneman was there.
Yeah.
And actually, I think Linneman was much further ahead than I thought he was when we first looked at it. So
look at that. I love seeing the inputs. You just see the three steering inputs, then you see the brake and the nose dips, then the throttle as the front comes up. Great stuff. Let's get the results, and then we'll talk to Rainis very quickly, because they'll be waiting on the line to go. The result is, okay, now we've got time. Fine, let's talk to Rainis then. Ulrich Linneman, 2:26.2 goes fastest. There are 4 cars I think left to come in the final race. Rainis, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
What's the score with turn 1 there, mate? What do you think?
I mean, that was a tough one, but for sure Linneman was risking in turn 1. Going around the outside, went completely wide, and then I would say without respecting other cars to be inside, which is normally is coming back to the line and destroying the race for the guy who didn't do anything wrong. I mean, yeah, that angle was maybe better, but I have to go through more to see.
Yeah, sure. Funny enough, we said the same. Easy. So we'd only seen this angle, and then when we saw the drone we felt different, but as I say, we leave you to and respect your decision 100%.
From this angle it was Linneman's mistake, but from the drone it looked different. So I had a couple of discussions here in a room, so I didn't have time to go through all the videos, but I will do that.
Talking about the drone, Rainis, we felt often looking at replays, it gives us a brilliant angle when you see like an amazing pass. When you saw Fraser's round the outside in the previous quality, it really has transformed, hasn't it, how we view these incidents, having the above shot.
Yeah, but I mean that the drone is brilliant, but one more thing that others can do around the outside without destroying race to other. So that's also one case why I don't like this situation. Because the guy from outside comes back to the line, destroying the race to other driver, which is not fair, and and I cannot return his time for results. So I will go through. And also Lindemann had a warning before for unnecessary pushing after the Joker, so we put all those things together.
Okay, will you look at the onboards from the cars as well? They carry judicial cameras.
No, I think no need at the moment. I see everything from outside.
All right, fantastic. Thanks, mate. I love that. I see everything from outside. Not an
interesting.
easy job.
I didn't know. I wasn't aware that Lindemann had a penalty for that unnecessary pushing. So
warning.
A warning.
Yeah.
So yeah, I feel a bit vindicated on that, because I do think you put yourself in a difficult position. We're talking like a Q2, of course. There, I do. That is tricky, that first corner, isn't it? That specific scenario. I think.
That's why we like it, though, isn't it? Can't just say we're
I would be aggrieved if I was Lindemann there, but I would also be even more aggrieved if I was Ostring as a driver.
The start shot, if we can see the wide shot at the start, first of all, whoever parked the OMSE trailer in the background, the wide shot of the line is mega. But hats off Peter McConnell for potentially the best positioning of a Jamaican flag we've seen all year. He said, I did my recce. He was feeling very pleased with himself. There it is, on the left-hand side. It literally looks like it's RallyX of Denmark presented by Jamaica. They're not a sponsor, but Peter's planned that very well. He hadn't even seen our camera angles when he put that up. It is his son, Fraser McConnell, who's on the pole after an amazing drive in the last one, but he's got Franks and Tam in Supercars, as well as Ollie Eriksson, who will try around the outside, I'm sure. It's a very even launch, a great start, in fact, by Fraser on the inside. Franks gets squeezed by Tam as well. Ollie Eriksson goes for the outside, but he's going backwards in the first corner. Franks is up the inside, Eriksson's up the wall on the outside. Into P2 goes Fraser McConnell, and Franks drops it. McConnell gets the whole shot. Franks side by side with Tam. Tam goes Joker, and Eriksson recovers back into the race. That's advantage Fraser McConnell after a lot going on in the first two corners.
Ollie Eriksson was on a wild old ride there. Went right up the banks, nearly rolled the car. She was so far up on the bank there, and then dove back onto the track right to the other side. Franks right to the rear of McConnell. Will this be a different Joker strategy from Kevin Eriksson, Fraser McConnell spotter this time around? We'll have to wait and see. Guillaume de Ridder on the radio for Victor Franks will be assessing what to do. Franks not quite as wild this time on the back of Fraser McConnell, but also isn't all over the back of the FC2 driver. McConnell's gone too deep, puts it in the gravel on the outside, loses a position. Oh, what a little mistake to make with massive consequences.
Oh, that's an absolute shocker there. Then Fraser McConnell makes the mistake this time round. And they come over the line, and Frank's in the lead, looking to see who jokered. Tam jokered on lap one, so I was wondering about that, Hal, but he's jokered. Now he's caught up behind Eriksson.
Yeah, poor tragedy from TT Motorsport and the Tam team there, I think, because
with the carnage.
Because you took a big risk with Eric. You were relying there on Eriksson going in, and he didn't. So it's so easy for me to say, isn't it? But now Tam's got all the work to do. If Eriksson doesn't joker this time around, I think they'll leave Eriksson out just to see about protecting the rear of McConnell. And of course, Stefan, Ollie Eriksson's spotter, chooses not to send him in. Eriksson sideways through the joker section, drops to the back of the pack.
So McConnell still P2. Tam, though, has jokered, and McConnell has not. Fraser will be annoyed about that tiny mistake, but I think the thing is how that's the limit you've got to go to in an FC2 if you want to beat the supercars. It's got to be every tenth everywhere.
I don't know about that, because it was a mistake.
Of course.
There's no getting away from that. But also, he found the limit without making any mistakes last time around. Yes, the grip's a little bit different.
But the limit's the limit, isn't it? If you're on the limit, you're close to it.
It's quite clean on the inside. I think he drove perfectly last time around. Just a slight error this time, which has cost him badly.
Franks is going to get it. Franks is the current top qualifier. Is he going to be quicker than Ulrich Lindemann's 2:26.2? Doesn't look like it. So it's a 2:28.5, which is good enough for P2. And Lindemann, of course, under investigation by Rainis Nitish for the contact in the first corner. McConnell gets third in that.
Not as fast as Lindemann. Franks on ultimate lap time.
McConnell's beaten Eriksson in that, Fraz. Fraz has beaten Ollie in that one, and Lindemann is fourth, but ahead of them in theory. So yeah, it's going to depend on penalties and stuff, but we'll give you the standings as they are. Cool, Eriksson was wide, wasn't it? It was a bit optimistic.
Franks wide in turn two, just dropped the wheel in. Tam did well, actually, to get out of this kerfuffle. That could easily have ended in a spin, but just rode the brakes. This is Eriksson up the bank. I wonder if we'll see this from the other angle, where he then dives across the track to to the other side. We might
Here it
see it
is.
from here. He's actually reversing there with all four wheels scrabbling going forwards. Watch Ericsson in the background if we stay on this shot, because he's in the
Can't see, can he, in the dust? Not quite sure which way
sideways
he's
to the other
facing.
side.
Mistake by Ericsson in turn 1, Ranks in turn 2, Fraser McConnell later in that corner on the brakes at the end of the straight. This was Fraser's mistake. Look, just a tiny, tiny bit. He wasn't actually on the super clean line on the inside, was it? It looks like he's a foot to the right, and that allows Ranks back through.
You could hear it on the limiter as well as he dug it out of the
trying to
out
get
of the
it
sand trap.
unburied.
And plummets down the order, 7th fastest in Q3. That won't do his intermediate classification any favours at all.
No, Ericsson down there too, and him and Ericsson were P2 and P3. Linneman, who wins the session, though, say under investigation. So it's all a little bit open right now. Look at that fan area and the way they've got their setup sorted. Ranks takes the TQ. Linneman, in theory, moves up from P4 to P2. McConnell drops to 3rd. Mike Code Tam comes up from 5th to 4th, and Ollie Ericsson goes down to row 2 with Casper Janssen, Svensson Martins, Torren, Hans-Joran Ostring and Tom Daniel Tanevik. So 2 semi-finals to come up for open four-wheel drive, along of course with all the semi-finals for the other categories as well. We are back on air at 15:35. We've only got a very short break before then, so go grab whatever beverage it is you're fancying for whatever time zone it is you're watching in. We're back in a very short gap, 15:35, with the semi-finals and the finals from Denmark. See you shortly.
Well, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100, 101, 102, 103, 104, 105, 106, 107, 108, 109, 110, 111, 112, 113, 114, 115, 116, 117, 118, 119
Semi-finals time here in Denmark. It's actually looking pretty grey suddenly. I must admit the colour is lower on the grid than we were expecting when we cut back to that. So might we see a little bit of rain? We're having a couple of technical issues with timing here, which we're trying to sort out. On the grid, Alex Antila and Carl Svedland on the front row, then it's Jonas Hägglund Nielsen, Peter Matalamäki, and then Sigurd Stubberud Fredriksson. And at the back of the grid, Pitu Pira, who remember is your championship leader at the moment, from Carl Svedland. So between them, there is a fair gap of 15 points, but some of that will already have been eaten up because Svedland qualified third, so will have had 14 championship points, whereas Pira qualified down in 11th and has only got 6, so 8 of those points has gone already. There's only 5 points in between them. For instance, if Svedland makes the final and Pira does not, that could see the championship lead change. So this is crucial for P2 Pira at the back of the grid and Svedland on the front. There are others in the mix, but those are your top two. So Pira's out wide, Svedland slots to the inside line. Pira's going for the danger move around the outside, going to try and get alongside his championship rival. Going to cut back now to the inside line. I wonder if Pira might go Joker, avoids the carnage on the inside, and that's it. So Svedland and Pira are away. So actually that's worked out okay.
What a start there from Alex Antila, who was absolutely gone at the front of the field, having made the switch to the speed car machine for this weekend after that big roll in Alsbyn in the Edge car. Stunning performance so far from him this weekend, and leading the semi-final by quite some margin. Svedland, retired from Q1 earlier on, will be very keen to maintain a position ahead of Pira to try and get right to the front of this championship battle through this Danish weekend.
Pitu Matalamäki is third in the standings, Hal, but he's some 20 points off the back of Svedland, so I think that's a bit too much. Drops it. Antilla's dropped it on the brakes at the end, and that leads our championship front two to go straight through to the lead as the sky continues to darken here in Nysum.
If ever there was a commentator's curse, it was them, wasn't it? Sorry to Alex, who just overcooked it at the end of the straight, having done such a good job all through today and the start of this race.
I want to see more braking zones like that, how everywhere. You know, where the gravel gets dragged onto the tarmac. How much drama do we see from that one braking zone here?
Yeah, I think the downhill also helps, doesn't it? Because it's and the crests. I think it's quite hard to replicate because the car's really unsettled on the way down there. If you had a long straight into a braking area, yes, it would be similar, but nowhere near as good as this. This is quite a good rounded scenario for that scenario to happen, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It's great. It's absolutely fantastic.
And
Pira's going Joker.
The camber in the corner, the uphill section afterwards.
And a proper gravel trap which punishes you if you go wide. You know, that's the other thing, is punishment for running wide. Not, oh look, he's gone 8 metres wide and he pulls it back, he's gone wide, and hang on a minute, he's almost buried in the gravel. I often think this, when people design new circuits, design new Formula 1 circuits or whatever, and they say, oh, we've taken this concept from this venue, and contact. Nielsen in the back of Pira. Nielsen obviously with a bit more top speed. I wonder if Pira's a bit under-geared here. Oh, look at Pira, several inputs on the brake and the throttle to get that car rotated. Will Nielsen have another look down at the end of the straight? They've both joked. It's only Svedland that hasn't. 3 laps to go. Svedland could stay out, and I would. If I was the spotter, I'd be going, these two are going to get caught up. Just leave Svedland out there, but will he respond? Of course, no spotters. Svedland does stay out. Good decision, I think, Hal.
Yeah, I think that's the right thing to do. Nielsen looks to the inside of Pira.
Not, of course, that Svedland has any idea what's going on behind him.
Yeah, you've got a reasonable idea. You can have a glance.
Oh, Pira runs wide. Nielsen up the inside line, and Pira loses the position.
Svedland's so far ahead, he won't really know how the battle's going, but he'll see a flash of yellow behind him now. I think he'll joker this time around, knowing that the driver behind has made the move, because you won't really know what the ultimate pace of Nielsen's going to be. So I would joker this time around if I was Carl Svedland. So you've got Pira. Behind Pitu Pira is Matalamäki, who is third in the standings. So if Matalamäki could make it through to the final and Pira did not, that would obviously help with the points as well. Svedland has gone joker this time round. He's going to clearly come out in front because this lot have been squabbling. And we've got a lap and a bit to go with Svedland out front and Pitu Pira in a bit of a sandwich here, trying to make a pass to get onto row 2 in the final, but also not give it away to Matalamäki. It would be a disaster for P2 Pira's title aspirations to not make the final. Finnish compatriot Matlamaki closing on the rear of the speed car, but hasn't got enough straight line pace. Nilsson's eked away from Pira here, but hasn't stormed off up the road. So I wonder if Pira was just driving a little bit conservative and losing out a little bit because of it.
25.2 is the best lap for Svedland. 45.2, sorry, 45.3 for Nilsson. P2 Pira is a 46.0. Sorry, yes, yeah, it is, yes, so 7 tenths in between it. So Pira, who qualified 11th, maybe not with the ultimate pace here, so will need damage limitation. Nilsson going to take the checkered flag, and does. But Pira is going to make the final behind Nilsson. So good to see 2 of the 3 championship fighters. Matlamaki not going to make it, we say was 20 points back anyway, so really, realistically, this was a bit of a 2-horse race. Pira's reaction time's great at the back, and I wondered being out on the back on the outside if it was a bit danger, but comes in hot, look.
Best reaction of all was for Mantilla, though, who stormed away at the front of the pack and then made that so frustrating for Alex Antilo. We'll see that on the next lap. Pira got hung out to dry there. Then there was the contact on the inside. Was actually Matlamaki, so he did a great job to recover that. We'll see Antila's mistake now, I think. No, we won't. Had Alex Antilas remained in that race, that would have been a disaster for P2 Pira, who wouldn't have made the final. So fortunate for him in that respect.
Barrier tap as well, Halla didn't spot that in the live, just ran a bit deep and had a tiny barrier tap on the exit as well. So the championship remains alive and kicking. The only one we thought was possible was Maiko Tam. The top 3 go through, Svedland, Nilsson and Pira. Where did Tam? Actually, I haven't got the overalls for Supercar because that was still under investigation, wasn't it?
Tam won't do it today.
No, but I was wondering, is he bettering his cause or not?
No, he's not.
No.
Because Lindeman's at the front.
It has been published. Let's have a look. Yeah, Lindeman's still with the win, so Reynes obviously decided not to do anything in that final one. Manisto, Shnakis, etc. Peramaki, Hukar and Kangasaho in this one. Front row, Manisto with a good start. Snack drops in behind, up the inside, etc. comes through in the blue car. And it's Minia Perry and Maki in the pink. Hukar in the pretty familiar blue and yellow of his older brother as well. Oh, contact again, quite a lot of contact off the start here. Up the inside again, that is Carl Schnack. Manisto then getting away at the start there, Hal, easily.
For being just white speed car wonders, the Schnack's liveries is very defining, isn't it, with that guard up the side. Always very easy to tell those cars apart. Hukar, one of the stars of junior cross car for me, not necessarily because of his performances on track, but his antics in the paddock. Oh, he's amusing. He's forever on a push bike with a football running around. Massive pressure for Peramaki from Ease, etc. at the bottom of the hill. Ease, etc. is going to look the inside, decides not to Joker. I wonder if Ease, etc. might have gone in that time around just to get out of the traffic, because he's had great ultimate pace this weekend on lap times, especially when the track's been dry as it is at the moment. So could have gone then.
1.2, the gap's pretty similar as it was on the previous time. Speed differential, look again, is big, isn't it?
So much spatial awareness from these drivers to be that close in a difficult braking area like that and still not run into the car ahead.
Oh, and it's etc. now having a real serious look at Peramaki. Peramaki going slightly defensive on the line, etc. coming in hot around the outside.
What
That's
a
great pass if they don't hold on.
No.
Oh no, gutted. Literally just a tiny bit too much understeer and lost the position again.
But I actually don't think that cost these etc. too much. Okay, he could have joked, could have got out of the traffic, but he's going to end up on the back of Peramaki again, so he's ultimately just in the position he was before trying that overtake. I think he's going to try again down here. Peramaki moves to the right, great defensive positioning.
They are locked in, there is contact there up the straight. That's pretty wild between them. Mudguard onto the back of the car.
Wonder if Ease, etc. might have tried to open up the corner there, go a bit wide on the way and go for the undercut. on the exit.
Let's have another crack at this pass then. So etc. going to go for the inside this time. Oh, I'm not quite brave enough, and Perimaki sees it coming, so I think Joker, if Perimaki doesn't, that's not what you needed. Perimaki goes Joker.
Perimaki might get this done here because etc. is going to get ahead and can now get the hammer down. I wondered if etc. being compromised enough there for Perimaki to get in and out. Carl Schnack moves up a position and is now in a
third, I think, is it?
Final qualifying place, yep, up to third.
So I suppose that for me, etc. really help. Bearing in mind, again, they're doing the tactics themselves, should stay out for another lap because otherwise you're dropping back into a bit of unknown traffic.
But it also has brilliant pace this weekend, etc. So I would definitely be staying out to the end.
Well, let's see if they do or not. Hookah's a little bit wide. etc. needs a couple of banging laps here to get enough of a gap. Got to try and get out in front of Perimaki. To hold on again. To P3 and does go again. Is it raining again?
Drizzling again out the commentary box window, just slightly. It's drizzling enough to make you think it's raining, but not enough to make anything moist at the moment.
So everything then, Manisto is, I'm sure, going to, I don't know actually, what's Manisto? Yeah, Manisto's 2.8. So Manisto should easily get this done. This is about the car in P2, etc. This car, and whether or not he makes it through to the final. Trying to get out in front of Minia Perimaki. There was a tiny bit of contact between them, which would have cost etc. a bit of exit lap speed, if you like, or corner exit speed on the lap before this one. The question is, has he done a mega couple of laps on? It is getting, I think it looks like it's raining more down there than it is here. Into the Joker lap they go. I think etc. is in a bit of danger here. Going to be close on the inside line. Perimaki coming over the crest. etc. runs wide. Perimaki and Hookar get through. Arnis, etc. drops to the back of the pack, so the win goes to Livari Manisto. Carl Schnack, Minia Perimaki makes the cut. Hookar gets fourth, and etc. on the final lap drops back into P5.
etc. with armfuls of understeer in the last couple of corners.
Yeah, I wondered if conditions were changing. It just looked trickier, but I say it doesn't. It's not really raining in commentary, and that turn 2 is 200 metres away. Oh, who'd end up in that gravel trap, eh? It was me. I ended up in the gravel trap yesterday. My God.
Rain at turn 8 in 10 minutes.
Yeah, yeah, okay. What is it? What do they then say how heavy the rain is, don't they?
Yeah.
Go on F1 with all your information, your screens and everything. That's it, you crack on. Yes, turns out dragging a rental cart out of a gravel trap after you've been racing for 8 minutes is extremely hard work, Hal. I wouldn't recommend it at all. I saw your wave as you came by. I think it's similar to the wave that Rainy Snitches gave everybody in turn 1 after you assisted him off the start line with Peter.
No.
Did you see the wave?
No.
Oh, Rainis gave everyone the number 1 wave as he went round the outside of them in turn 1. So rental carts yesterday, Hal and Peter gave Rainis a push start from the back of the grid. All the other drivers were waving because he came past them as they're all practically at a standstill off the start. And then Rainis gave them a friendly wave in the first corner to wind them up just a little bit more. Yolalami, Schnack, Ugar, Jensen, etc. That's Espen this time, and Patrick Kong at the back. I think actually etc. is missing. Yolalami loses the start of the run for the first corner. Schnack gets there first. Yolalami sensibly puts it on the barrier on the inside line. etc. is missing. And now Yolalami up the inside with a lovely move. Got to hold on though. Round the outside goes Schnack. That's mad. Schnack has managed to hold on.
He has,
yes, wow. No.
Yeah.
Yes,
Schnack's
yes.
ahead, yeah.
I thought it was the orange and white. Sorry, I was looking behind. No, yeah. Wow, Jensen, sorry, behind, isn't it, of course. So, look, good damage limitation, I think, from Yolalami.
Nearly got it done as well, just gave the position in the first corner. Good bit of experience there from his time in junior cross car, Yolalami, and clearly feeling much more comfortable after that change of chassis. And yeah, you're in a good place when you can give that room. You see drivers, well, I always talk about Johan Kristoffersson, I know, it's very boring, but drivers like Johan Kristoffersson, Timmy Hansen, Andreas Backward are quite good at giving them room. Schnack makes a mistake, and it is indeed Yolalami who was so patient in turn 1 that is patient again at the end of the first lap and takes a position.
Yeah, and that triggers Jensen to go Joker. Immediately Jensen comes out behind Ugar. Did anybody Joker on the first lap? Didn't notice, I must admit. We were so busy looking at what was going on elsewhere. Yolalami leads, and I think will stay out now as long as possible to try and get enough of a gap. Yeah, Jensen and Kong, but not So Jensen's in a good position then.
Ugar's struggling today, isn't he, for whatever reason in the pace machine. They have tested here already this year as well, pace, but just not working out for Ugar just at the moment.
Championship
big
leader.
lock up at the bottom of the hill for Jensen onto the back of Ugar's T11.
Ugar as well, the championship leader, Hal. This is bad news.
Schnack all over the back of Yulilami. It's funny how it ebbs and flows the pace here. Yulilami was really close to the back of the local Danish driver, and now it's the Dane that's on the back of the Finn again.
Schnack just puts a wheel out in the dirt, loses maybe a car length, not too badly.
So much traction from both of those speed car machines. They're really leaning on the outside tyre.
Schnack's so good.
Rotation.
So good on the brakes there, isn't he?
Local knowledge, I think that is, isn't it? But very difficult to simulate the track evolution in a test because you would never get that much gravel dragged onto the tarmac sections.
So Ugar goes Joker this time round and comes out in P4, so Jensen is now ahead and has Joker. So Jensen's gap to the leader is 3.5, to the previous car is 2.7. Remember, the top 3 will go through from this, etc. at DNS.
Top 2 from
this? Top 2, sorry, yes, top 2. So is Jensen going to be close enough or not?
No, I don't think so. Well, maybe. It's going to be close with Schnack. I don't think he's close enough to Yulilami.
Yulilami and Schnack go Joker this time round with 2 laps to go. So one after this one. Yulilami's going to get there, but Schnack is not. So Jensen slots in between them. As they go over the line, Yulilami leads and will make it through. Yulilami, remember, is 4th in the standings, but at the minute, Martin Ugar is not going to make it. Definitely not going to make it. Oh, and there's a big old set going on in the background from Schnack, trying to find a way past. Schnack gains big ground on the run into that corner.
Robert Cerner's also having a fairly tricky weekend, isn't he? Ugar's pace teammates. It'll be interesting how this plays out through the next couple of semi-finals as well. Yulilami so calm on the brakes, no movement in the car at all, braking in a lovely straight line, very composed in the speed car wonder.
He was 11 points back as we came here, but qualified in the top qualifier spot, so that'd be down to 10 at least over the line. Yulilami makes it with Jensen. Martin Ugar crosses the line in P4. The championship leader is out here in Denmark.
What a clean but good race. It's so often the best races have got a bit of carnage in them, but that was great and it was beautifully clean throughout.
Looking at it, Yulilami had already closed the gap down by 6 points, Hal. 103 to 92 is 11, wasn't it? Takeoff 6, he was already at 5 points. He's just taken another 3.
That's to Ugar.
Off Ugar, yeah, so that would close it down to Ugar by...
2 off Eek Merstad, so Eek Merstad, should he make the final, is de facto championship leader as things stand.
Yeah. Oi, oi, oi.
And where is Cerner?
Romit
11th, I think, from memory. Yeah,
he is 11th, yeah, so he's in the second semi on row, this semi on row 2. Yulilami takes the first semi-final from Niklas Lukas Jensen because we've got 3 semis, 18 cars. Only the top 2 from each will go through. Are we missing another car? We're missing another car. Steinsholt there. Victor Christensen hasn't made it. So that's 2 cars missing in the first 2 semis. Linda Christian Penton on row 2 from Orav and Cerner. And then Eric Steinsholt is on the outside. Victor Christensen is gone. Great start from Orav on the second row. They're very equal on the front row. Linda Christian Penton goes for the send. Cerner's trying to follow him around the outside line. Cerner's got Orav inside. Cerner might lose out on another position here. Gets on the throttle early. Ends up in P4. Joker lap goes Eric Steinsholt. Window is up on Pentonen's car. Comes down as he jabs on the brake. Cerner's on the back of the pack.
Worst case scenario for Robert Cerner there. Stuck on the back of Orav. Couldn't do anything about it. But didn't get passed by Steinsholt, who did go into the Joker, having not lost any time. So Cerner has some work to do here in the TN11.
Yeah, and Yulilami would have passed Cerner in the standings just from qualifying alone by 4 points, who would be in front of him. So really needs to make it through. Yulilami, Hal, could be fighting back here with the change of chassis, could win the title. I mean, yeah, we're a little way away from that yet, but with Ugar not having made it, Cerner sitting in P4 at the minute. It's a great start for Yulilami. It's Ike Merstad he's going to have to watch out for.
And at the start of the season, Yulilami was basically absent from the top of the order at the end of events. Really wasn't featuring at all, was he? So it just shows what Derek Towell said, a change is as good as a rest when he bought a Peugeot 208 to race in the British Rallycross Championship this year, and also the French Championship events that he's done. And the full explanation of that phrase is sometimes you need a break, you need a rest to take yourself out of a situation and come back fresh, or you make a change to try and change everything about what you're doing. Oh, massive pressure for Penton at the end of the straight. Lindqvist is going to get it done. What a beautiful move. Runs a bit deep. Penton goes to the outside.
Good job. Good job. Penton loses the position, goes into the joker lap. This should cover off Cerner immediately. I think it's a great move by Penton. But what a beautiful move by Lindqvist. How that was a diminishing gap on the way down the straight, and still he got it done, and still he didn't run deep. Yeah,
brilliant job by Lindqvist there, who won a full set medal earlier in the season, didn't he, for his antics in Valkenswaard?
I've got some more of those with me. I think maybe Frad should get one for turn 1, but it was so beautifully done. I don't think it was sendy enough.
No.
Too tidy, wasn't it?
Yeah, more sense.
Maybe we're going to stick an Island RX sticker on the back of his car without telling him, see how that goes down. The championship me and Hal will be running in a few years' time. If you're interested in investing, anyone? Lindqvist, Orav, Penttinen. So it's about the gap really between Penttinen and Orav, and Cerner, as we say, was already lost out in championship position from P3 to Yulilami in qualifying. Could end up losing more positions here. Windows still up, look, floating around in the airflow off the front of the car. The gap between is 1.8 between Penttinen and Orav. Enough or no?
Someone's just lost a number that went flying through the. Is it the wing end plate of Penttinen's car? I think no, it's not. So someone's lost a roof number, perhaps.
Lindqvist stays out. Orav goes joker. So Orav goes joker, and as he does, it's understeered big time for Penttinen in the background. Penttinen didn't get it turned into the hairpin nicely, but he's still close enough, so Penttinen gets the position back as the jokers play out.
The speed car one seems very responsive to a big singular input, doesn't it? Penttinen in the final corner there was turning in, gave it a big, not even a big throw, it's just a little flick, and it rotates perfectly and sits where you want it to be.
Should we get some? Do you want to get a couple?
Oh, you're not going to do that, so...
You've got enough cars at the minute anyway, haven't you? You got enough room?
Yeah, there's always room.
There's always room, says Hal, knowing that Esme, his other half, is not watching.
She's definitely not watching.
Neither is my other half. I love that, it's brilliant, isn't it? I'm sure they love us. Lindqvist through the joker lap, tidily done in the background. Penttinen with a bit of pressure from Orav. But Orav, unless he does something very special or naughty, is not going to get through. Lindqvist makes it after a fantastic pass at the end of the straight. Orav gives it a big chuck over the line, but Penttinen will go through as well. So it is the front row drivers from semi-final number 2, Yulilami and Jensen for semi-final number 1. We have one semi still to come.
I can't remember the last time Pasi Penttinen was in a final. It's been a while. He's been...
Yeah. Let's have a look, Hal.
This year? Maybe not even this year.
Once.
I can't remember.
Once in Portugal.
Well, yeah, that was... I've slept since then.
Yeah. You know what? He only made it once last year. Made it in Alfspin last year. So Pasi is not a regular.
And
but
he's been regularly quick today, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Throughout, well, and yesterday in free practice, I think he was he second quickest or quickest in free practice one?
You said quickest yesterday. Yeah. I think we were on the car journey. Me and Hal had a quiz, which is where Hal gets the results and goes, guess who's fastest by how much? It was a good game, actually. Good game. Hello to our UK viewers with that very in joke. Where's Penttinen the year before? He made one final the year before as well, so Penttinen is regularly making the final once a year. We're digging deep into the archives now. I don't think he was doing it in 22. Right. Ike Merstad on the pole, Hukart, Nilsson, Gotherson, Jensen and Martin. Two of the biggest senders in the sport are lining up on the front row here. Great start by Ike Merstad. Gotherson moves across in the background to try and claim third. Ike Merstad's got the inside line, but Hukart likes to throttle up earlier and gets away in the background, almost side by side. Gotherson shuts the door and gets in. Frederick Martin slots into P6. Will he go joker from there? No. Joker from P number 4 instead, but out front it's Hukart and Ike Merstad.
if ever someone needed to get through a semi-final cleanly, it's right now for Thomas Merstad. Has the opportunity to take a bit of a stranglehold on the title fight here this afternoon in Denmark, but he's had some really poor fortune so far this season, Thomas Merstad, and will be very keen to get through these next 4.5 laps unscathed to make sure he's in the final.
Not close enough to Hukar to do anything here, and I think won't go Joker this early.
Too big a pace difference through this race to risk a joke at this stage.
That's the thing, isn't it, with the 3 semis compared to 2. Hukar with the big inputs and the big sends as always. Mercer going right with him.
Oh, was that a moment in the background for Frederick Martin? I couldn't quite see, no, looking at the timing screen. For some reason I thought the car was going square left to the far side of the track. Loads of flames from the back of Thomas Merstad's speed car. Wonder at the end of the straight. Doesn't really have an answer for Riku Hukar, who hasn't been a regular this season, has he, Riku Hukar? But absolutely flying in this semi-final.
Yeah, just looking at Hukar to see where he is in the standings. Not amongst it.
We haven't seen Hukar for a while, I don't think.
No, you're right, we have not.
Merstad into the Joker, good spotting from his team, slots out behind Callagofson, and now it's absolutely in Thomas Merstad's own hands here to sit on the back of Gofson, and I think that is definitely the strategy of a team in a title fight, isn't it? Get in the Joker.
Guarantee it.
Get on the back of the driver that's still yet to Joker, make sure you get through. They're not throwing down to try and take Riku Hukar on here. They're trying to make sure they make it through to the final. Okay, it gets a bit tricky if you've got way more pace than the driver you're behind and you risk an overtake. Gofson's got to go over this time.
Martin coming in hot as well. Doesn't want to get it taken out. Martin goes Joker, so that releases any pressure from behind. Yeah, it is
risky in that you could have a Frederick Martin on his debut weekend with Pace Motorsport in his debut RallyX season cleaning you out by mistake.
Almost tapped the wall as well, Hal. The dirt flew up along the Armco, which we've seen claim a couple of people, but yeah, not going to make a move, is he? With 2 laps to go, surely. Are we wrong? Will he have a stab? I don't think he will. I think he'll just let Gotherson go. He knows he's going to be letting Hukar go. Will Hukar go Joker this time around, or one at the end? This time he does line him up and he thinks better of it. This is a proper championship head-on. 3 times Merstad has finished on the championship podium. No times has he won it just yet. Gotherson stays out. Hukar goes in and out and stays in the lead. Good tactics from Hukar. So, okay, yes, Merstad didn't get the chance to overlap, and looking at how close they were, might have been able to overlap, I think, if they hadn't Joker behind Gotherson. But as you say, safety first on the points.
Yeah, I think that's not the strategy they've employed here, is it? They've chosen to. When Gotherson gets out of shape in the braking area, they're close to the back of Hukar here. Hukar's definitely dropped a bit of pace. I wonder if there's an issue, because they're right on the back of the fin. Oh, Gotherson gets out of shape. Play right into Merstad's hands now, wouldn't it, if Gotherson cleaned out Hukar, but Gotherson needs to Joker this time around.
Gotherson swings off to the left. Merstad follows Hukar round to the right. And yeah, this is going to change the championship standings for sure. He comes around the left-hander, and Thomas Merstad crosses the line P2. He goes through with Hukar, so it is the front row from semi-final number 3 as well. So only Niklas Lukas Jensen went through from a second row. And Thomas Merstad, with that performance, should, I think, how far behind Yulalami? Yeah, not far enough. Will take the lead in the championship and a place in the final. Great tactical, sensible headed driving. Stay with us, we've got semi-final action still to come from open 2-wheel drive, Supercar lights, and of course open 4-wheel drive. Open 2-wheel drive, championship leader Victor Johansson is on the front row here on the pole, and in the second semi-final it will be his rival Lucas Gabrielsen. Coming here, there was 6 points in between them, but Johansson's out-qualified Gabrielsen by 1 place, so 1 point further with a 7-point championship lead. Van der Warrenberg, the two Bleasdales on the grid as well, and Liskovitz in the BMW. Great start by Johansson, gets down to turn 1 first with Van der Warrenberg in behind. We'll just want to avoid being cleaned out here. I reckon he'll stick to the inside line, and he does. So textbook stuff from Johansson.
Almost boring, isn't it, how efficient he is in the first couple of corners, because it really mitigates any options for getting around him. But great job from Victor, doing exactly what he needs to do. Drove a very sensible race in Aalsbyn to take victory on the second day. He was absolutely delighted and quite emotional to have won at home, because he puts incredible effort into running that event, especially when they're so compromised with their preparation time. And I know that sounds a bit odd, but when it was still snow on the ground in May and their event is in July, you appreciate the work that needs to be done. It's very difficult to get done because the ground's frozen and all those things that we never appreciate. You know, I spend a lot of time working with the guys at Linden Hill, and ultimately they've got all winter to potter on and make the changes they need to make, because we don't have that harsher winters in the UK.
Yeah, the ground's not frozen.
It's a bit cold and wet, but, it's not impossible.
No, it's not under 4 feet of snow and frozen to
whereas
minus
up there
15.
in the far north, you're just snookered for a long time through the winter. So Johansson and the club up there in Aalsbyn doing a great job. Victor would dearly love to win this championship. Jason Bleasdale has definitely caught the RallyX bug from up in the north of England.
Is he enjoying it?
Yeah, loves it. Yeah, I haven't spoken to him this weekend yet. He's probably a bit annoyed at me that I called his stroke strategy bad in the previous one. But right on the back of Johansson.
I might have gone Joker there, Hal, with two having Joker at the back already. I think that might have been a suitable tactic, don't you?
I'm in no position to talk about Bleasdale's stroke strategy.
Oh, come on now, commit already.
No, I don't think so. I think stick on the back of Johansson at this stage, because they've both got massively better pace than the drivers behind as things stand. So I would go again, actually, just to give yourself a comfortable margin, not fall out into the pack. And I think that's vindicated by having it now a 4.3 second gap back to third place. Also yet to Joker is Thomas in third, so yeah, I wouldn't have joked that.
Gap really grew there. It was so close on the previous lap. A lot of time maybe made up on the brakes here.
I think the VX220 is so nimble that it really gains in that technical section at the start and or end of the lap, depending on what lap you're on.
So Bleasdale P2 behind Johansson, top 3 from each of these, remember, because there's only, I think, what is it, 11 cars left? 10 cars left. 10, yeah.
Bleasdale, another one of those rallycross drivers who have come from a different discipline, is incredible on a jet ski, as is his brother, and came to rallycross a few years ago now in the British Championship with the VX220 that's also in this race, driven by his brother. This is a new build that Jason has subsequently developed, but came in with you know, the right attitude, good car, good setup, doing things correctly, and been absolutely dominant in the two-wheel drive categories in the UK, and has now set himself up for a new challenge. It's actually been difficult for them here, because normally they run a 16-inch wheel on the front of the car, because Nova are still pretty new, having taken over the IP from Cooper in developing the tyres. They don't do a 16 at the moment, so they've had to go to 17s on the front of the car, which really changed the balance of the chassis. All those small details that you would never know from just watching trackside make a big difference, and I think they're doing a great job. And of course, it's brilliant to have different shapes and new drivers in the series.
Oh, Johansson's crossed up over the jump, but had a little margin over Bleasdale. So Victor Johansson should go Joker this. That's the other Bleasdale off.
Darren Bleasdale, yeah.
Yeah, off and buried in the gravel trap down at turn 1. So Jason coming safely through in the background, as you can see. But Victor Johansson has indeed edged the gap just a little bit on that last lap. So Johansson, the championship leader, goes through, and that puts the pressure then on to Gabrielsen and the next one to do the same. Ridge has gone running off somewhere, no idea where. Hoping to buy us a hot dog or something, but I suspect not. Yeah, he took his phone too. There must be a photo opportunity of something technical to do with rallycross. Good lad. Great start for Johansson. It's that when the wheel spin goes and the torque kicks in from the electric motor that he runs as a booster to the internal combustion unit, he just gets away beautifully at the start. But it is good to see. Oh, this was okay. So this says it's the moment it goes wrong for Bleasdale, but it's not. This was Van der Warrenberg, Liskovitz, and it is Bleasdale in the background. Is collateral damage to that. What a shame. Victor Johansson on that last lap with a big push, just trying to extend the gap a little bit, and takes the win from Policelp, and Van der Warrenberg going through as well. What was the photo, Hal? There must have been a photo because you took your phone as well. No? No? Okay, fair enough. I was hoping you were going to buy us a hot dog at the barbecue over there. Go on.
I just built a supercar, mate. I'm not buying hot dogs for anyone.
On that note, we'll be back in a minute. Second semi-final for Open Tool Drive. Gabrielsen, Jensen, Wallach, Royras and Nayans. Gabrielsen got the best start by an absolute mile. Tardy start from Jensen. Royras all over the back. Nayans trying to come around the outside. Wallach unfortunately gone to the back of the pack. Wallach inside now. Nayans runs the first corner. Wallach going to go joker? Yes, he does. So Wallach drops into the joker lap. And Gabrielsen leads.
Sensible from his spotter, Krzysztof Skorupski there for Wallach just to get out of the traffic. Going to need some sort of drive there to take on Gabrielsen, who was absolutely flying in the latter part of this season. Jensen has been quick as well on his home track this weekend. Have a look for the white BMW, the only driver to have joked in the background, and listen to the rotary engine of Royras singing away up the straight.
Wallach is the only person to have won a session other than Johansson. Wallach having won the first qualifier, Q1. Victor was P2 there, by not much, by 7/10 of a second, so not a lot in it. I say Bleasdale's pace was really good on the one lap where he was right behind him. It's really good anyway, but was really close on the one lap behind Johansson. But at the minute, it's hard to look past Johansson and Gabrielsen for your winner. Significantly ahead in qualifying. Never outside the top three, either of them. The different engine notes are amazing. You can hear the air intake on the Mark II Escort. You can hear the screaming rotary engine of Royras's Citroen Zara. No, that is not the original engine. Here it is. Look at the flames throwing. Go on, Royras, have it. Here, listen to this. Just screaming past. Right, Hal, have you ever driven a rotary engine in anything?
Yeah.
Yeah, what in?
That's the RallyX 8.
Right, yeah, no, I've never driven one.
Blew it up, actually. Well, I didn't blow it up.
Was it yours?
No, it wasn't.
Is that why you're now taking back your story? I didn't have to blow it up, or I didn't.
No, it was my friend G's. He lent it to me when my car broke again. And yeah, younger and more foolish, I took it because I live in Rallyland in South Shropshire, mid Wales in the UK, or that's where I come from at least. Took it to a gravelly car park in the middle of nowhere, did a load of donuts and sent them to him. Didn't mean to do any harm. I don't think that's actually what finished it off. But later in its life, when he lent it to somebody else, it died somewhere near this other guy's parents' house. He had to recover to the drive, and that's where it ended.
That was the end of it. I had on the Isle of...
It was great fun there. It sounded beautiful.
We had a pool car in the Isle of Man this year.
That's a massive moment over the jumps and drops it.
Just stays out the barrier by what, a foot? Good effort. That would have been a...
Look at the steering.
Look at the photographers, Hal. No. They barely flinched.
I'd have flinched.
We had a pool car on the Isle of Man, a Subaru, which had one of those buttons on it you can press for a different map. And none of the others were really into cars. And I got in it straight away. I said, well, have you pressed this button? They're like, no, that obviously switched the map. So I went out watching one day during practice week, switched the button on, gunned it out of the junction, and immediately went into safe mode. Had to drive all the way back to the office at 5 miles an hour, the hazards on in this STI Impreza. Went back, dropped the keys in. I was like, I don't know what's happened to it, but it's gone into some sort of safe mode. So the bloke who lent us the cars picked it up, came back, and we got a message saying, yeah, please can you ask whoever was driving, do not switch the the map on. It's okay, yeah. Anyway, we then parked it on the seafront, and on the last day, one of the team flew home with the keys in his pocket, and the car had been sold that day, and the new owner was supposed to pick it up on the Monday. They had to wait a few days for the keys to get posted back. Oh no!
Wallach drops it.
Yeah, he's still going to make it, surely.
Corner.
No, but Jensen's made it. Jensen's in. So yes, Gabrielsen, Nayans, and Jensen, not the tightest of races, let's be honest.
What a shame for Slavomir Wallach, having been quickest in Q1, had those wonderful victories in Riga. Feels like a long time ago now. When was Riga? May sometime?
I have no idea.
Was the Latvian round of the championship? I can't even remember going to Latvia this year with RallyX. It feels like a long time ago, doesn't it? It's been a lot of events since then. Shame for Wallach not to make it through.
Indeed, but I think the two that we were most excited about seeing, the two championship fighters, Johansson and Gabrielsen, are in. There is the spin. Watch this. Look at this. He's on the anchors, and you can see it's all locked up, and luckily gets onto slightly deeper gravel and just stops in time. The photographer's nonchalantly walking backwards.
I mean, it would take a lot to get through that wall from that trajectory, so...
yeah, I don't know if I
wouldn't
been quite so nonchalant as the guys are in the background here. Look. Yeah, just at the end. Win for Gabrielsen. Great start as well. Looking forward to seeing him go up against Johansson in the final. Gabrielsen, Nayens and Jensen, your qualifiers. I've just realised how that in the background there, the go-kart track's being used as a car park today, look.
Oh yeah. Literally on the go-kart track.
Yeah, they're parked either side of it. I'd quite like to race in those conditions for extra danger.
No.
No?
Well, because I spent most of my race on the bits where the cars
Actually,
are
yeah, we
parked.
did go on the grass a fair bit, so maybe not. Oh, no, did it? Oh, well, there's no cars parked in the gravel trap I buried myself in.
I'd like to go karting again, that was great.
Right. Supercar lights. 9 cars, 2 semis, top 3 from each go through. Let's have a look at the championship standings at the minute, or as we were. It was Mounier leading from Vitols. Vitols qualified 6th, Mounier qualified 4th, so only 2 points in that. And that was in Mounier's favour, so the gap would have gone up, but Anderson out-qualified them both, so takes 1 point off. So there was 4 points across the top 3. Be 3 now, I think there will. Okay, spraying the track, there we go. Stay with us. Actually, I've got another car park story. Millbrook, Rally GB, the year Mackinnon broke the rear suspension on the Evo 6, and they used the oval, the 2-mile perfect round circle oval. Google Millbrook Proving Grounds on Google Maps, you'll find the perfect circle. And we were using it as a car park. Anyway, when we left, there was a guy in a full-on, like, old factory Skoda rally car in the outside lane of the oval, going flat out. Everyone blowing air horns and waving flags at him over the top. He's like, bah! We're like, yeah! He's flashing his lights and air horning back. It was mint. Probably get arrested for that now. But yeah, they were using the bottom lane and the top lane as the in and out of the car park. The top lane's about 40 odd degrees. It's a hands-off lane at, I think, 110 miles an hour. So you can hold, you can take your hands off the wheel, and if the tracking's right, it will just track automatically around. Each of the lanes has a different speed on it. It was, yeah, it was good. That was cool being there for that moment too.
I'm not doing that.
Oh, it's wicked, mate. It's good.
Got the hands off?
Yeah, it's all right. It's, well, as long as the car's good. Obviously, yeah, you take your hands off and just let it track. I think maybe the outside lane's 100, but each lane has a different speed. So Darback, Anderson, Norlander, Larson and Cake. Anderson is the championship runner in this one. Wants to get away nicely. Tobias Darback on the pole though gets the better start. Oh, Anderson goes round the outside. Tiny bit of contact between them. Lucas Anderson with a good aggressive move off the start to get the whole shot and take the lead. Tidily done, I think, then backs them all up at the hairpin.
Great job from Lucas Anderson, really positioned the car nicely there in the first couple of corners. To get the front, he must have quite a good feeling around this track, having been so good on his debut weekend here. Was that 2022, I guess, wasn't it? 25, no, 23.
23,
going to be years mixed up here. 23, I think would have been
his
his
the first 2 rounds,
debut season.
Yeah, double win.
Gets a bit of over-rotation done at the bottom of the hill. They've watered quite a lot there, haven't they? But maybe he was just squaring the car up, ready for that watered section. Darback with the wipers on.
Anderson, however, is another one who really needs to win this time. You know, he was P3 in his first year, P2 last year, both years won by Simon Olofsson, who went to FC2 this year, but isn't here this weekend.
Well, we haven't talked about this yet, have we? What an incredible debut from Lucas Anderson in the European Championship in
oh, mate.
Julius a few weeks ago.
Him and Joni Tapainen side by side was absolutely brilliant. It really was. Really impressive as a step up to Supercar.
Incredible that neither of them won, really. They produced such amazing performances, and Yuri Bolevsky just snuck through to win at the end, when really I think it was Anderson or Tapainen that deserved to be on the top step, but especially Anderson, who went there with the pressure of competing at your home event at that level, being a young Swede, having been to Julius every year to enjoy the Magic Weekend, having had a difficult run in Supercar Lights in the last couple of years because he's had the ultimate pace, hasn't necessarily worked out for him. Massive pressure environment, and yeah, I think he did an absolutely incredible job.
Oh, tap of the barrier in the background for Norlander last sem was incredibly close as well. Yeah, Hal, I couldn't agree more. It was absolutely stunning, it really was. Him and Tapainen just putting on that mega show. As I say, quite how Bolevsky got back from P13, well, P12 at the end of quali, and then just scraped the final, and then just scraped the win, but the weather was pretty epic as well. Anderson's gap is, or was, 3.7, which is easily enough, and he goes in with 3 laps to go. So Anderson's already gone in to cover off Darback. And has come out front. I think they're in danger of lapping Phoebe Cake here with 3 laps to go. 2 laps as they cross the line now. I wonder if she's had a problem earlier on in the race, Hal. She was only just in shot in the background. Look for her up in the... Yeah, she's in the hairpin now, do you see?
Yeah.
So Anderson with the rotation, they'll just have to watch out for that where they catch her. I reckon it won't be at the end of this straight. 2 laps to go. They're going to catch her at this rate. As she goes Joker, that'll help. But is she going to come out just in front, or is Anderson going to come out in front?
Eric Farr and her spotter is very well astute, and
might have dipped her out of that.
Yeah.
Darback looking to the inside line, and Kate leans on her just a little bit as he comes through the corner.
Fortunately for Darback, he wasn't really in the fight for Anderson. Anyway, Larsen goes around the outside of Cake as well, so yeah, it didn't really affect the outcome, I don't think. Darback wasn't close enough to Anderson into the last lap to make any difference, I think, unless Anderson had a problem. Of course, you always want to be close, don't you, in case the driver ahead makes any mistakes, but Anderson, when he's in the right groove, he's usually not that driver. Sometimes he, you know, everyone makes a mistake, don't they? But I think Anderson looks like he's in that lovely run of form at the moment.
Absolutely does. Probably full of confidence as hell from that amazing performance at Hollius. Anderson to the left-hander, going to take the win in semi-final 1 from the top qualifier Tobias Darback, and that gives Anderson another point.
What a great job Larsen's doing as well in his debut season in Supercar Lights. Really, really stunning from the young Dane.
So he's got 6 points Anderson will get for the semi-win. So he's going to take a point off either Meunier or Roberts Vitols, depending on where they finish obviously in their semi. Look at that start, Hal. Very well judged.
It was all done there, wasn't it?
What's going on in the comments?
No, that's Cake had a spin. Look, that's
okay. There we go.
That's why she was so far down.
Where was that? End of the straight?
Yeah, I think so.
Look at that. Last sem was so close, and then behind.
Norlander.
Just a tap, yeah. Semi-final 2 is good to go. Only one person isn't going to make it. That helps our championship run for Meunier and Vitols. As I said already a few times, there were only 4 points between the top 3 coming in here. Those are Meunier, Vitols and Anderson. Good start by Meunier. Kevin Darback lost out here on the run to the first corner.
You can hear Oscarson's misfire in the background as well, can't you? Oscarson was slow and tired earlier on, so these three can really battle it out for grid position rather than making it through to, rather than the Jeff Deep having to make it through. Vittles jokering early, has had great pace, Robert Vittles, since switching to Supercar lights this year, and you can expect him to be in the fight with a bit of clear air here as well.
Good move by far, and nothing less than we would expect, but to immediately clock that Oskarson's going slowly, get him in and out, but he's now got the maximum number of clear laps.
It's Robert's sister who's spotting.
Oh, is it? It's not Eric. Fair play.
Who I was corrected on earlier this year.
Fair go. Well, she's done an absolutely brilliant job to get him in and out. The question mark is whether... because I bet he knew that Oskarson had a misfire. Yeah, of course, but now it's now, does Darback... Yeah, Darback does respond. So Darback's gone to try and cover him off, but is Vittol's there already? I think he is. Yeah, so Vittol's is going to get this in the background. Joker merge, he's got him. So Vittol's has got him in the background. Now it's about whether or not he can get Mounier. So he's got him significantly, got him as well. So 5 seconds between Mounier and Vittol's, I think that's enough, but it's whether Mounier goes now or not, and what happens with that gap. So that is Vittol's very much onto row 2. Mounier goes. So Mounier's gone to try and cover off Vittol's in the background. I think Mounier's got great pace here. Yeah, he's wiped the floor with him. So Mounier comes out in front. Obviously Vittol's from slightly further back in the pack after turn 1 is there, but I'm not convinced he'll would attempt the pass if he can get to him, I suppose, to be on the front row. But at the minute, just being in that final when you know Anderson is in there, Hal, I think is the guaranteed thing is more important again.
Yeah, 100%, especially when you're in the title fight. It's just what you've got to do at this stage. Be different next Saturday, I think, when you need the points. But here, it's about managing. It's so tricky, isn't it? Because so often in a championship fight, you end up, well, you can end up ruining a drop point earlier in the season at some point. You were 6th, and maybe you could have got 5th, but you just lost out. Doesn't really matter on the day. When you get to the end of the year and you lose the championship by a point, you think, oh, I could have done more that day. But at the same time, you've got to accumulate the points to be there, so you can't really look at events in isolation like that. It's more of an overall picture. So I think at this stage, while it's potentially a little bit boring from an action point of view, it's about still being there at the end, because going on a big charge to try and gain a point now could mean rolling into a ball of snot, and then you're in trouble, aren't you? Just like Vittles experienced in Alsbin when he had that massive crash.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gap was 1.6. Let's see what it is now as he comes around to see if he's just proving he's got the pace, or testing even if he's got the pace. Pace on a good day. What was it? Was 1.6. On the other hand, it's 2.0. So Mounier has gapped him by 4/10. But also at this point, you can also save your tyres out for the final.
There's a bit of that as well, isn't there? But here is not so tough on tyres, and Estering's even less. So I think that's not so much of an issue, depending on how hard they've been on their tyres throughout the season. Ultimately, Vettel must have ended up with at least a couple of punctures from that roll, which won't have helped his tyre allocation either.
So Mounier coming round to take a relatively drama-less win in semi-final number 2. Takes the checkered flag, Vittol's across the line P2, and it should be Darback in P3 unless something unseen has happened. Mounier, Vittol's and Darback make the cut. Oskarson with that misfire, not going to be in the final today. Jamaican flag almost certainly placed by one Peter McConnell, and we get ourselves ready now for open four drive. Let's hope we see a little bit more of what we want to see in this one. It was great up to cross car, open two-wheel drive, and Supercar lights not the one for semi-finals today. But it's often the way at championship point, as Hal was saying, and things will kick off, I'm sure. Front row, Franks and McConnell, then it's Ollie Eriksson, Elias Svensson. Torin at the back with Tom Daniel Tanovic. Fraser gets a good start off the line, but he'll struggle to beat the Peugeot down to turn 1. He's going to get on the bar on the outside anyway, and he chucks the car in across, gets out onto the dirt. Eriksson looks inside, Svensson's inside him. Whole shot, Fraser McConnell, what a brilliant start. Second time he has executed that so well today. Svensson goes joker. Might be a mistake behind Torin and Tanovic, but great start by the Jamaican driver.
McConnell actually moved to the outside more than he would have done normally in that sort of corner to rotate the car and throw it in. Had exactly the right amount of angle in the FC2 to keep his foot buried and go around the outside of Victor Franks in the Peugeot. Ollie Eriksson all over the back of Franks at the bottom of the hill, gets the nose inside, doesn't have the torque to get around the Peugeot though. Great move.
Unbelievable on the brakes, Al. He came from a long way back.
All over the back of McConnell down the hill.
I thought Eriksson had dropped it on the brakes. He came from so far back, but he hadn't, so he's less close this time round. Franks doesn't go joker, can't afford to yet because of the traffic, and still continues to pressurise Fraser McConnell out front. A little bit of contact through that last corner. The Peugeot is pushing the FC2 through.
Franks consistently getting on the nose of the Peugeot towards the inside. He goes to the outside. Down the long straight this time around. Fraser is so good at putting the car in the right place to defend. Gets over-rotated on the way in. Franks looks to the inside again, but the gap closes with the double apex.
Oh, Fraz is sideways again over the crest. This time he looks to the inside, but I don't think he's going to be close enough. And sideways for the Peugeot in the background. Fraser McConnell is absolutely on the limit. Franks has dropped it, taps McConnell. Where's McConnell? Has he held on? He has just. McConnell's held on, I think, and Eriksson has slotted into P2. And there is Franks parked with the Peugeot facing the wrong way. Almost reverses into the traffic, and it is Fraser McConnell leading from Eriksson.
I hope McConnell doesn't have any damage from that, because he did absolutely nothing wrong in that scenario. This is not going well for Victor Franks this season. Whatever he does just doesn't seem to come out well for him at the end. Has McConnell got a left rear puncture? He may well do there. His teammate Mercy, Ollie Eriksson, is all over the back of the FC2 now. They will definitely split the strategy with 3 laps to go, so they don't trip over each other at this stage.
Eriksson will go now, surely he does. So Eriksson goes in, Torin, Svensson, Tanovic are gone. We know that Franks has had that spin and he's still parked there. Franks is still up in what's turn 2 off the start. Fraser McConnell goes, and now Eriksson needs a really good lap. Still with the understeer through that corner, Hal, for Eriksson.
Meanwhile, Svensson is all over the back of Philip Torin. Philip hasn't really featured so far today, had that problem earlier on, but is currently in a position to make the final. I really thought that the Hedstrom's Motorsport squad would use Torin in the background there to help Victor. I thought they would joker Victor, use Torin to not get in his way, to give him the opportunity to get the lap times down.
Talking of jokers, it's about Fraser McConnell's one, which he dives into now. Fraser McConnell goes left into the joker. I don't think Eriksson is near enough.
He's not there.
Fraser McConnell's coming around and is easily going to come out in front. McConnell wins semi-final number 1. He took his first big victory here. In the background, Eriksson's made another lap to go. Yes, another lap to go. Do you think Eriksson's got a problem, Hal?
He lost a lot of time there, didn't he? Fastest lap of the race so far from Philip Torin, who's sniffing a chance at a second race start here in the final this afternoon.
So McConnell goes with 1 lap left and still holds absolutely Eriksson back on it. I was just surprised by how much of a margin he took it, unless Eriksson made a mistake unseen by us. This time round, though, the Jamaican is going to take that semi-final win. There is Franks at the side of the road. He won't be in the final today. That's 1 less supercar. Might we see the first open four-wheel drive win for the FC2? We could well do, because the inside is going to be locked out by McConnell and Eriksson. They cross the line to take P1 and P2. Torin goes through in P3. Svensson misses out in the FC2. And there is the Peugeot.
It's been a day of the mistakes, hasn't it, between Franks and McConnell. Franks made the mistake at the start of Q3, then McConnell made another that arguably cost him the win. Let's have a look back at that brilliant first corner from the Jamaican. Watch the car move out. He's decided not to turn in there. That's a great moment for the screen to pause, and then throws it in, buries the throttle, comes across the nose of Franks, and he's absolutely backing it towards the bank on the outside. Gets to that clean line. You can really see where the tarmac's clean on the inside, as Svensson's having a good old nibble on the inside of Eriksson, but doesn't force the issue. This is Franks all over the back of McConnell.
Is this the
it's
mistake?
so dusty at the end of the straight, so I wonder if we'll stay on the. I hope we stay on the drone here.
Franz was so sideways coming through that corner, then he gets on the brake early. Look at Franz, he's already sideways.
But he's much further back that time around than he was the previous time.
And he drops it. You know what, I reckon he got on the bar to avoid hitting Fraser, to be fair to him. He's used the handbrake to rotate the car and then watch him go to the inside.
I don't think the rear wheel's locked, did they? Let's have another. I think he's already out of shape there. Yeah, he has got on the handbrake. Yeah, he's thrown it in.
He knows he's not going to make the corner, doesn't he? But at that point, he can't move the car out to a wider line for entry because he's already over the limit of the grip. So the tiniest of mistakes at the end of that straight, which is why we love it here so much. Just a big, dirty gravel braking zone. Victor ranks a DNF. Tom Daniel Tannerik 5th. Svensson is 4th. And then Philip Turenne, Ollie Eriksson and Fraser McConnell. I might even see if we can get Fraz to come and join us. We haven't had a single guest in here today. We'll have a rest for a moment while we get the recovery done. So Fraser McConnell's coming into the commentary box now. Let's just have a quick chat with him. Big up, mate. Let's get those cans on you. What a move in turn one, second time today. Paid off big time. Big pressure from Victor too.
Are we live?
Yeah, we're live. Oh. Yeah, are we live? Are we ever not?
I thought we were having a chit chat. No, it was really good. Had like a half car length in the get-go right off the launch. And it worked the last time, and I have Kevin Eriksson around the outside master as my spotter, so I'm getting that, you know, that energy through the radio.
He's taking the energy. I love that energy through the radio. When was your first win here? 21?
Yes.
In the Supercar.
Yeah.
So might today be the day we get the FC2 on the top step of the podium and
so.
open four drive.
That's the plan.
Yeah.
Keep it nice and steady. There's a lot more driving to go. We have FC2 final and open final, so gonna
there we
do
are.
the damn thing, you know.
Okay, we're gonna get it done.
Yeah.
Gonna get
New
it
suit,
done.
by the way. Big up Puma.
Yeah.
Just bet it popping more, eh?
Yeah.
You see the just bet.
Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Just get a little reprint on that. Right, here we go. Second semi-final. Linneman, Tam, Janssen, Martinson and Ostreng. Let's see who's going to be on that front row with Fraz. Linneman and Tam away from the line nicely. Casper Janssen gets a good launch from row number 2, but there's no way through. Linneman into the door, and Tam gets inside. Casper Janssen going to go with him, so Casper's on that inside line. Martinson lining up to take a move as well. So championship leader Tam is dropping down the order. Ostreng going to go Joker. No, Tam does. Good move by Tam, I think, Hal, to get out there, or no?
You're relying on Ostreng having good pace in this race by joking early on. I think I would have stayed out in his position. I also think if he wants to try and win the championship this weekend, he needs much more conviction in the first corner because he was cautious through there, wasn't he? You need to be more aggressive to take track position here. As you've seen several times so far this weekend, you're cautious when you get hung out to dry, don't you?
Fraz, who do you want on the front row with you, Linneman or Janssen?
I would much prefer Casper.
Why?
Why? Equal machinery.
Okay, so the launch.
The launch and Casper is, you know, somewhat teammates, so I know there'll be some brains used in the first corner.
Some space given. I get that. Yeah.
I mean, you can understand the pressure that Ulrich's under as well. You know, home race in front of all of his sponsors.
Huge.
You know, he wants to do better than anyone here, so he's going to be very hungry. So whether he's on front row with me or behind, I'm definitely going to give him a fight.
You guys have been getting good launches, even though I don't think you run in the FC2 at quite full power here, but you've been getting away well.
Yeah, I've been doing some boxing back home, so, you know, the reaction time is spot on.
Is that the key? That's the key, boxing, is it? Okay, there we go. I'll bear that in mind. Tam is the only driver to have jokered. He was 6.1 back last time. He needs to make the top 3. Looking at the standings, let's have a quick look. This is a bit more open than your one was, mate. So yeah, Tam, to be fair, he's 19 points in front of Linneman. Then it's Martinson, Franks who hasn't made it, Fraz who has, but it's 50 odd points to the top there. Janssen living with the pace just about of the Supercar, Hal.
Doesn't have an answer for Linneman, really, does he? I think the only driver to have lived with a Supercar so far today is standing right next to us. Janssen doesn't isn't really in the window of Linneman here, but has the legs on Martinson. Martinson, as I said in the preview this morning, has been a bit of a dark horse this year. He's always there or thereabouts, and he's quick enough to win outright, but also he's very consistent, isn't he? So he's there to pick up the pieces when the others fall into drama.
I mean, he was super strong in Sweden. He got the double win in Sweden. He was lights out there, so mega quick.
Oh, it's worth noting that the gap was 19 points. After qualifying, it's 3 points off that, so it's 16 points. At the minute, if Tam doesn't make it, Linneman does, that gap's going to come down again. And then if Linneman got the victory, it could be almost nothing before tomorrow. We really need to see, where Maiko Tam is. Here's Janssen. We can see Ostreng, but where is Tam? Has Martinson come out in front? Through comes, here is Tam.
Oh no,
no, Tam's got a problem.
Or is that drive shaft?
Maiko Tam then with a problem. So your championship leader is having an absolute shocker here. He's going to be P5. That's going to be 2 points. If Linneman takes it, he's going to take 6. So he's going to have another 4 off him. And the gap is coming down massively.
And is that, who's that stopped in?
Contact again, Janssen's gone through with Linneman. Is it Martinson or Ostreng? So, sideways for Janssen. Linneman is going to go through to the front row with Fraser McConnell. We're going to have 3 FC2s because Casper Janssen's going to make it. Martinson is as well. So it's Ostreng who's stranded in turn 1. Wowzers.
It was turn 2 on the first lap. I think Ostreng and Tam may have had contact there. Hopefully you see it in the replays afterwards. If they did, that was a catastrophic joker strategy from Tam, because he put himself into that position early on and then caught Ostreng and has ended up in a fight. It could not play out like that, but I wonder if Tam's spin later on was legacy of any contact. Let's see if we can see that. Tam made a great start, didn't he? And with a bit more conviction, could have thrown the car in like a Linneman or a McConnell and tried to send it around the outside. Actually ran that bit wide and then invited everyone to have a look up the inside.
He's gone down to 4th after turn 1.
Yeah. And
does
then,
he joker immediately?
He does joker immediately. So this is it. So Tam's on the back of Ostreng here at the end of the straight. Wow.
Has Tam dropped it?
He's miles behind, isn't he? So what is...
Oh no.
Oh.
Yeah.
Just drove into the side of Ostreng.
Disaster. Then that's the position you put yourself in.
Oh,
and then
no. That's gun it through the dirt. Then he's something broken.
I got it for him in that if you lose the championship on that basis, you'd be so frustrated.
So what does he do here? Is there a problem? Because
yes, it must have broken from that contact.
Yeah, it's not. Yeah, wow. Yeah, but the contact's unusual to break
Hate to
there.
see that.
Me too. So anyway, the big drama is Maiko Tam, the championship leader, is not going to make the final. He lost 4 points to Ulrich Linneman in qualifying. He loses a further 5 points to him here. And Linneman, Janssen, Martinson go through, even though Martinson's shown as a DNF. I think
he crossed the line, I think.
He did cross the line.
There we go.
Yeah, Martinson did cross the line. Okay, that's better. Tam with a 21.4 back. The championship leader hasn't made it. We think with our quick maths that the gap has come down by 8 points, and the standings it was 19 points. So if Linneman gets another win, 8 down to 11, is it 8 for the win? It is, isn't it, in the final?
I just see your lips moving. I'm not really sure what I'm not going to try any maths, mate.
I'm doing the maths now. 19 down 8 points is down to 11. If Linneman takes the win, it's 8, brings the championship down to nothing, 5 points, which is huge. So
I need to win it.
Linneman's going to be even more hungry. Maiko Tam's going to be over here any minute now.
With a brown envelope.
I want to see my replay. I thought that's why you guys called me over here.
Yeah, no, we just pulled you over to give you a big up and wish you luck for the final.
When I stuck it in the semi-final now, or when I stuck it in Q2 first, I was like, all right, that's going to go on the highlight reel. And then the semi-final, it was like super sideways, and I got it back, and I was still in front. I was like, Yes.
That's going in the
Like
highlight reel
another
as well. All the
How
highlights.
does Q3 feature on your highlight reel?
That doesn't make it.
No, that's not in.
That goes in the trash.
That one gets the cut. Right, 17:05 local time. That is in 15 minutes from now. We get ready for the finals. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you then. Right, finals time. Crosscar Junior up first, 6 finals. A little break in between. We'll try and get some of the winners in here if we can. Ryan Manisto and Carl Svedlund on row 1. Carl Schnacki on second with Nielsen row 2. Vinny Paramatki and Pete Dupira at the back. Pete Dupira versus Carl Svedlund for the title in terms of championship points. Dupira had a little bit of a gap coming here, but as you can see, hasn't had it all his own way. Outside, he's alongside the 2 cars on row 2. Svedlund slots in. Dupira trying to go around the outside. This is pretty much a mirror image of what he did in the semi-final. Gets out in the dirt though, will have to try and stay around the outside all the way through here, and has done exactly the same again, gets up into P3 behind Carl Svedlund. Nicely done.
Great job from Pira, because it's high risk going around the outside there, isn't it? Because you can quite easily get shoved wide into the sand pit with your bucket and spade.
Yeah, rather than your trophy.
Carl Svedlund rather has been doing a great job in the first couple of corners, just being super aware and being very careful indeed. I think he'd probably take a second position here behind Manisto if it wasn't for Pira being right on his tail. So really, Svedlund will want to get ahead of the current race leader to try and take maximum points from this one.
Quite heavy watering from the track crew, and how quite dark clouds around as Svedlund goes up the inside of Manisto and takes the lead. Oh, now contact between them. Will Pira go joke or not? No, Pira gets around Manisto as well. So now they're into P1 and P2. Now things get interesting.
Bit of desperation for Manisto there to jump back on the throttle, run into the rear as Svedlund. Ultimately that compromised him by allowing P2 Pira up the inside. Fastest lap of the race for Pira on a 45.8.
So Nielsen and Schnack went
sorry, Andrew,
on that last one.
Sorry, I thought they were identical lap times for the top 2. Svedlund did a 45.882 and Pira did a 45.822.
So 600ths in it.
Extraordinarily
Crazy,
close between these young drivers in different cars as well. The Kazma and the Speed Car Extreme. Look how dark it's getting as well, with those big clouds looming.
Pira goes Joker, so Pira's gone Joker. Watch for the gap back to Nielsen. Pira will hope to be out in front of Nielsen. Look in the background for the merge, and Pira gets out clearly in front. That's a good move. So now it's about whether Svedlund goes right. Pira's gone from the mirrors. I'm going to go on the next lap, or whether Svedlund thinks I've got pace, I'm going to stay out.
Svedlund betters that, the fastest lap from the first tour of Pira. 45.0. It's Nielsen who's done the fastest lap of the race so far by 0.08 of a second quicker than Svedlund, but that's also a good indication of Pira making the right decision to go into the Joker at that time.
Pira's using a lot of brake and throttle inputs through that long right-handed tarmac hairpin. I think maybe more than is necessary, but I do understand the kids and they're learning. You know, if you look at the other drivers, it will be maybe one input in there. And Pira hasn't had quite the pace here that we've seen at the last couple of events. Is going to get Manisto, and actually Hal, I'd say, is clearly in front of Manisto. So has Pira here made such great pace that he's going to get the overlap on Svedlund as well.
44.8 for Svedlund, 44.9 for Pira, 4 seconds the gap.
Oh, side by side here again, so that's Nielsen and Manisto
I
late.
thought Manisto had made a mistake there by jokering and not trying to get ahead of Pira by extending the gap, but actually it's been sensible because Nielsen would have leapfrogged Manisto had he not gone in then, so I think actually quite sensible to go in and defend that pace.
It is so dark in the background. Where is Svedlund? We need to see if he's gone. He does. Svedlund goes Joker. The leader's gone in with 2 laps to go. Pira coming over the crest now. Where's the merge? Svedlund comes out in front, and Pira slots in to P2. So Pira, if he wants the win, he's going to have to make a dive for it up the inside. They're kids, Hal, but they're pretty switched on. I don't think he'll do anything too risky, especially as he came here with a bit of a championship lead. No,
but this is ideal for Svedlund. What was the gap coming in? Because Svedlund's going to...
in terms of points?
Yeah.
37 to 23, 137 to 123, so 14 points, but Svedlund qualified, oh wow, 14 to 6, so takes 8 off, so yeah, the gap will have come down significantly, won't it?
Svedlund was great at the start of the season, wasn't he? Just needs to manage this brakings and gets a bit sideways. P2 Pira runs a bit wide. There's a lot of grip there on the outside if you're brave enough to go there. Pira was fastest again.
Svedlund round the last corner though, hasn't taken a win since Latvia. It's been all P2 Pira, but Svedlund has turned the tide here with 3 events to go as of tomorrow morning. The championship gap will have come down. The 2 championship rivals finished P1 and P2, but Svedlund out-qualifying Pira, getting it done. And I think might have launched the car into, oh no, I thought it was donuts down in the dust. Decided to save that for tomorrow.
Pira was the quickest driver of the race up until the final lap, where Svedlund just smashed in the fastest lap by a couple of tenths over Pira's best. So Svedlund doing a great job.
This was what Pira did in the semi-final. Hallen well executed again. Here, look, was in danger in the dirt on the outside, perfectly judged. In danger of being P4, but goes late on the brakes, even in that dirty outside line, to hold on to the place. And then here, when Svedlund came together with Manisto, managing to get the pass done. Manisto and Hegland, Jonas Hegland, Nielsen side by side at the end of the straight. All about the championship leaders. Svedlund comes across to close the gap down on P2 Pira. They're all parked up in Parc Fermé, which, as you can see, is a big area behind the Armco. Further up the track, the drivers get out, and I'm sure there'll be some congratulations down there. And we're getting ourselves ready for the second final already. On the pole position then, Uniton Yilalami with Alex Lindqvist alongside. Yilalami was fourth in the standings, but after qualifying has moved up. Then it's Hukar and Ink Merstad, who we think is in the championship lead. Say it's been live points all day long. And then the rear of the grid is Penttinen and Jensen. Merstad and Hukar get good starts, not as good as Yilalami though. Yilalami's able to claim the outside line and turn in and go. Oh, with him went Ink Merstad, but he's too sideways. Ink Merstad loses out, drops to P6. Lindqvist second, Hukar third, Penttinen. And yeah, that's not ideal for Thomas Ink Merstad. He's going to have to get a proper wiggle on from there, Hal.
Could be a costly error come the end of the season, just over-rotating the crosscar that bit and losing out on being in that fight in turn 2. Thomas Ink Merstad needs to deliver some pretty rapid laps here, doesn't he, to climb back up the order.
I wondered if he might have joked having lost out, but look at that, Hukar's still running the Nitro Rally across the top of the screen. When's that from, 2-3 years ago? 22, isn't it? Yeah. So, yeah, it's been a while since then. I think Ink Merstad would have followed Penttinen into the Joker though, wouldn't he? So actually sensible to stay out. In the background, sorry Hal, Ink Merstad and Jensen coming close together. If not Ink Merstad coming through, and now Jensen it was with him. So Ink Merstad's onto the back of Hukar. It is getting proper dark from some of the camera angles, as you guys at home I'm sure can see as well. So far the rain hasn't come. Not gonna lie, I wouldn't mind it coming before the four-wheel drive finals. That would be good fun. Listen to that, the flames from the back of Hukar's machine. Ink Merstad desperately trying anything to gain some positions back on Yilalami. Yilalami was fourth in the standings, Hal. This is going to close this up so tight at the top of Crosscar.
Yeah, absolutely. This is exactly what Yilalami needed to do as well after such a strong weekend in Almsbyn a month or so ago.
And it's what you were saying as well, isn't it? We need leaders to have the odd little tricky little issue, and those who are close behind to be on it.
Yeah, now so far that's what's come to pass in almost all the categories, isn't it?
Yeah.
Bar for Mounier in Supercar Lights. Fastest lap of the race so far for Alex Lindqvist in second, just 6 tenths off the back of Yilalami last time around. Everyone fourth down as Joker. Penttinen is the first of those that might benefit. What's the gap there? Yeah, he's not far behind Hukar. How much would Penttinen love to be on the podium here today after such a strong weekend so far?
Has he ever been on the podium with Crosscar? I don't think he has he? Because he only made the final a couple of times. I don't think those were podiums, 5th or 6th places.
Oh, a puncture for Alex Lindqvist as well. He's dropping time. A right rear puncture. Look at the battle behind as well. That's Jensen looking to the inside of Penttinen. They're all going to close up. Oh, Merstad goes through on the right-hand side. He's going to close on Penttinen as well.
Ink Merstad late on the brakes, looks up the inside, he's all crossed up, he nearly drops it again, he somehow holds on over the curbs. The pack is absolutely close together, couldn't be closer together, could it? Ink Merstad trying to make another move, goes left of Penttinen, going to go around the outside as well of Lindqvist, up the inside line, this is an epic recovery drive, Penttinen like a missile into the apex, that'll never stop. Ink Merstad gets through into P3 behind Hukar. That's a brilliant recovery, absolutely stunning recovery.
That was Mika Hakkinen on Michael Schumacher going either side of Ricardo Zonta in 2001 at Spa, wasn't
Yes,
it? By
Hal.
passing both cars down the straight. What a move from Thomas Ingmerstad. And if he wins the championship at the final round in Germany, he can put a large part of it down to that move, because that was the sort of move you need to deliver if you want to win at this level. Oh, it's close between Jensen and Pasi Penttinen. Penttinen's lost out so badly in his last couple that lads, I'm gutted for him.
Me too, it just doesn't go his way. What we are getting is a brilliant, brilliant championship, hotting up right towards the end of the season. Yilulami, who is in P4, is going to be climbing the standings. Hukar, second place. Hukar coming around through the left-hander, but Ingmerstad, after going down to P6 in turn 1, fights back to P3 here. Yilulami takes the win. Ingmerstad gets third place. Fantastic stuff from Cross Car. That's Yilulami's third win in a row in the chassis. And I can't wait to see the championship points for that. I think that is going to be close. Ingmerstad, red and blue on the outside here, look. Gets himself up to third at this point, but he comes in with a big flick, and mid-corner, the rear just goes away from him. Maybe lit the throttle up slightly too early. Drops down to P6, but thanks to the puncture for Lindqvist and all the action that was going on in the background. Is this Lindqvist with the puncture? Yes, it is. You spotted that immediately. Well done, mate.
Barely mentioned Lindqvist, but what a shame to deliver such...
sixth there, Hal. Sorry, he's sixth still as they merge there.
He was sixth after the Jokers, wasn't he, when we were talking about the order?
Three cars in one. Look at Penttinen. Oi, oi. That's a bit optimistic, isn't it?
He's like, oh, you're coming for me. No. Oh, dropped it.
Gone. So win for Yilulami. Jonathan Yilulami was P4 coming here, and was 11 points off the leaders. He could be leading the standings, but it could also be Thomas Ingmerstad. It was only 2 points off, and has done a good job here. Yilulami out-qualified Ingmerstad by a couple of places. I think Ingmerstad will lead it. Look at them all over there, shaking hands and smiling at each other. They know they've had a great fight. They're just hoping it doesn't rain, so they get absolutely zero shelter.
I don't think they care at this stage.
No, except for wet race suits tomorrow if they haven't got another one. FC2 final. 4 cars in this. Fraser McConnell and Ollie Eriksson on the front row. Row 2 is Kasper Janssen, Elias Svensson. They're all running out of the same squad except Svensson. I'm sure they'll be pretty sensible because, well, I say sensible, they'll all want to win this. There are FC2 point standings, but I think also open four-wheel drive will be on their mind, especially McConnell. Fraser McConnell with a great start. Svensson looked to go around the outside. McConnell's parked it on the inside line. Janssen follows him through. So it's Fraser McConnell from Kasper Janssen, Ollie Eriksson, and Svensson goes around the outside. And yeah, Eriksson recognises that, dives off.
Yeah, correct decision from Ollie Eriksson. I would suspect he made that all on his own. In a 4-car race, when you know the other drivers you're competing against very well, it's much easier to make those sorts of decisions. So a wise choice from Eriksson to get out of the traffic. Composed from McConnell through the first corner. I don't think Fraz will be thinking about open four-wheel drive at all at this stage, Andrew. I think he desperately wants to win a final this year. Hasn't happened yet, and he'll be very keen to stand on the top step of the podium in FC2. Of course, open four-wheel drive as well, but this will be in a really important race for the Jamaican.
Yeah, true. He's had 2 P2s, 2 P3s, and 3 P3s in open four-wheel drive. So 4 podiums in this category. At the minute, Kasper Janssen leads the FC2 standings by 6 points from Eriksson, and then Fraz is a further 7 points back. So he's some 13 points off Kasper Janssen, but all to play for with 4 rounds in 9 days.
Ollie Eriksson fastest lap of the race so far, a 39.3. For reference, McConnell's done a 39.5. So Kevin Eriksson, Oliver's brother and Fraser's spotter, will be keeping an eye on those times. Janssen looks to the inside of McConnell, coming down the straight, moves the rear of the car around on the brakes. These guys, as Fraser told us during the second semi-final, are good friends and teammates, so they won't be in any way looking to take each other out, but they do race hard but fair. Janssen in the Joker this time around.
Is to cover off Eriksson in the background. I think it is, and he does just hold Eriksson off. He could not have been closer to Fraser.
But also did a great job there of being on the inside curve, Andrew, giving Eriksson no opportunity at all to get to the inside. Eriksson was almost too close, had to go wide and wasn't able to get the nose back in.
Fraser McConnell turns into... they both gone out wide. That's for advantage, Fraz. they'll have to be on the radio shortly, if they've seen it, of course, from where the spotters are. If they haven't got the feed, they won't see that. That's right at the far end of the circuit. Or are they up top?
No, Kevin's over here behind us, but he'll have a stopwatch and he'll be looking at the times at the top of the hill.
Fraz goes Joker. Fraser McConnell goes Joker. Great call if they've seen the mistake that was made up at the far end of the track. McConnell's going to come out. Oh, he drops a wheel in the dirt, but he gets out just in front of Casper Janssen. It is a train of 4 cars over the line. What is the gap from front to back? It is 1.077. A second covers 4 cars with 2 laps to go.
Ericsson was very fair to Janssen there. He could have put the nose in the door, chose not to do it.
Mistake by Ericsson.
Really wide at the bottom of the hill.
Svensson up the inside into P3, so Svensson gets through. These are the margins. We've seen those mistakes all day from these guys.
I wonder if Ericsson was going wide there to go for the undercut and then just ran so wide he got a wheel in the dirt and ran the car out.
So Fraser leads.
Patient through there, isn't he?
Really patient. That's what we saw earlier in the wet. His patience through this left-hander was really good, really strong over Svensson, who's currently in P3.
Wipers on for Svensson. I wonder if that's a bit of fly swatting in the cockpit and catching the wipers, because it doesn't seem to be raining at the moment out of the window, but it is getting very dark indeed outside.
So they should finish this one in the dry. Say Casper Janssen led the standings coming here. He's out-qualified by McConnell, so the points will change a little bit. I don't think it's going to be dramatic, but what is dramatic will be the change in attitude for Fraser McConnell taking a win. As Hal said, he hasn't done it so far this year. He gets into the apex, he keeps it super tidy. No mistakes on the brakes on this last lap. Fraser McConnell, this is where he took his first victory in Supercar back in 2021. He's going to take his first victory in the FC2 category over the line here. Chucks the car sideways in celebration. Janssen P2, Svensson P3, a ripple of applause from behind us from the OMSC mechanics. And they'll have some work to do now, because those cars are going to get hurriedly re-prepped as we get ourselves ready for the final 3 finals in just a few minutes' time.
It's almost a shame that he's got to go again, isn't it? Otherwise I think we'd have seen a whole platter of donuts then from Fraser McConnell.
Platter.
What a start that was from Elias Svensson. It was 3 wide into the first corner.
The barrier for Fraz on the inside out.
This just hasn't been Ollie Ericsson's day, has it? Always in the wrong place, has to battle through the traffic. Tricky for Ericsson. Janssen did another solid job through that race, ran so close to the barrier on the outside. Confirmation of the results from the FC2 final. Fraser McConnell takes a maiden win in the FC2 category. Championship leader Casper Janssen finishes second. Elias Svensson third. Ollie Ericsson rounds out the finishes after a bit of a scrappy last couple of laps. Only 3 seconds separating the top 4, and that was a second with a couple of laps to go. What
and
a race.
we're going to see another 3 of them, aren't we? Here he is. Carl Svedland's into the box with us. Stick these cans on, mate. There you go. We'll get you switched on. Well done. Right, here we go. So yeah, Carl Svedland joins us from Junior Cross Car. Great racing, mate. Happy?
Yeah, very happy.
Well, it was obviously not raining yet, but it looks like it's going to.
Yeah, so I was lucky to drive on dry.
What happened in Q1 we didn't see in the broadcast earlier on? We saw a picture of the car buried in the gravel.
Yeah, I took the inner, and me and Isak Sätre collided, and then I spun into the wall, so couldn't do anything.
So a brilliant fight back to be in the wall in Q1 and to win the final.
Exactly.
And also with P2 Pira there from the back of the grid, right with you. You guys are in the championship fight. I mean, he's won the last 4, you won the previous 4, so it must be good for your confidence to get the win again.
Yeah, very good.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what's the plan tomorrow?
Win again.
Full send?
Yeah.
Yes, mate.
Well done, Carl. Good job.
Thank you.
Yeah, fantastic. Go on, mate. Crack on. Good to see you. Well done.
Yeah.
So Carl Svedland, the winner. Thank you so much. Congratulations. Brilliant, isn't it? They're so switched on. It's ridiculous. We've got Fraser McConnell coming over to see us as well in a moment, apparently. So cars are rumbling away in the background here. You can see the re-prep going on. Get everything done in time.
Look at Ollie Ericsson sweating his head off, chatting to Matt Vincent from Nova tyres, Matt, going straight over to look at the
Fraz not
the
sweating
tyres.
because, of course, it's not Jamaica, and therefore, yeah, Joel Kristoffersen straight across to congratulate him. Casper Janssen's here too, so let's get a set of headphones